continue from our May 8th hearing where we were hearing and deciding on an appeal application submitted by Craig D. Justice on behalf of John and Samantha Solik.
Sir, if you could speak a little bit more slowly while you're reading, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for...
Mr. Justice.
Absolutely correct. Anytime I need to be corrected, please.
Thank you so much.
Okay. We're here to decide an appeal application submitted by Craig D. Justice on behalf of John and Samantha Solik, Marvin and Rebecca Bennett, and James and Angela Post regarding the December 30th, 2022 administrative development approval related to certain development at 908 Williamson Drive. In the absence of seeing a large public body, I will not read our normal rules of procedure that are necessary to inform the public. I will remind everyone that all testimony will be given under oath. Last time we were together, the city was presenting a motion. They had filed a motion to dismiss the appeal, which has been joined by the development property owner. That was the motion under consideration at the time. Ms. Tatum, do I understand that the city has completed its presentation of that motion?
Yes, Chairman Swink. We would like to reserve the ability to cross-examine their witnesses and present rebuttal evidence if needed.
Okay, great. Mr. Justice, we'll now turn it over to you to present your evidence regarding this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Is my volume up? Okay. All right. Mr. Chairman, as a preliminary matter, I'd like to, on the record, move for a continuance. My clients, the Soliks, as you've identified, had a trip to Utah, and I was anticipating and hoping that they would be back in time. Unfortunately, they were not able to get back in time. The full extent of their involvement in this hearing was simply to introduce a statement that they had sworn under oath, and they were going to just provide to this group as a sworn statement of their opinions as to the impact of this development. When I made it known to the opposing counsel that they were not going to be able to be back in time and whether they would have any objection to the submittal of the affidavit, they said they would. So we're going to have a procedural issue that's going to crop up a little bit later. Secondly, as I know the opposing counsel is aware of, my co-counsel, Frank Gordon, is finishing up chemotherapy today and tomorrow. He's been going at it for about a month. And his service to my clients and to me is immeasurable. And we had asked for these proceedings to be continued so that he could get through his chemo, which was this Friday. And he would be available next month or any month thereafter. So based on those two grounds, we would ask this group for a continuance.
Ms. Tatum, did you wish to respond?
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Just a couple of things. We have worked very hard to find a time to have this meeting, and we gave our position to the board before it set the hearing last month. So the first we heard about the Soliks being unavailable was yesterday, and so we think that we need to move forward. I do want to say one thing about the city's interest in going forward with the appeal. There has been some accusations that we are in favor of the developer, and that's not the case. This appeal challenges basically the way the city does its business. Every day they decide administrative decisions. This appeal says the way we do open space is wrong, the way we do transitional protective yards is wrong, the way that we do subdivisions is wrong. And this is the things that are challenged by this appeal are things that the city does every day and has done every day for 10 years. So if it is wrong, we have an interest in knowing that sooner rather than later. Every single day new approvals come in, and we are using the very method that this appeal challenges. So we do have a very strong interest in moving forward as quickly as possible. We have already been, it's been over a month since the first appeal. The longer it goes, the more everybody forgets. I mean, it took me quite a while to get back up to speed again for today. So I regret that the Soliks can't be here, but we've gone to a lot of trouble to make sure that we can be here on this date. And we also regret his co-counsel's chemotherapy, but we've also worked on these dates for a long time and are ready to move forward and would ask the board that we be able to do so. And I don't know if Mr. Birch.
Mr. Birch, any additional comment? No, sir. Mr. Justice, any response to that?
I do, just briefly. This notion about a long time is these discussions occurred last month, and we made everybody aware of the fact of our scheduling conflicts, certainly with my co-counsel, and so it hasn't been that long of time. I do understand Robin's point about finality. The thing is, the city is not wanting this board to decide the merits, to decide whether they got it wrong. So, can I ask this gentleman to help me turn the volume up or something? I'll take Robin's level. That was a good level.
Okay, if you'll just hold for a moment, see if we can get that
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
corrected.
You might just have to speak closer.
When you're ready, if you want me to read where you
Thank you. My wife says I'm already too loud. I'll keep going. I'll keep going. Thank you. All right. Finality. I get it. The city doesn't want this board to hear the merits. And there is a process that you have in your ordinance about folks like my clients having the ability to say, you've made a wrong decision. From a timing standpoint, they made that appeal within the time that your ordinance provides, within 30 days. The fact that the hearing didn't start until May, that's not on us. That is just the way the scheduling took place. At the end of the day, the city is saying, we don't want you to get to the merits. We need finality. Well, that is at cross purposes, because at the end of the day, if you say, well, we're not going to get to the merits, then more than likely we're going to appeal it. And years potentially will drag out before we potentially will be back in front of this board to deal with the merits. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of applications that are going to take place potentially dealing with the very same issue. So with all due respect to this position of we need finality, you have a process for a neighbor to challenge an interpretation. We want to get to the merits, and at the end of the day, I have never seen a city fight so hard to keep a neighbor get to the merits, and I represent a lot of developers. Usually it's the developer's task to do that, because my clients are citizens of this city and should be able to question a staff interpretation and get that before this board to decide up or down. I will renew my motion to continue. I do believe in the sense of fairness, if nothing else to my co-counsel, that we have this matter heard in July.
Okay, Mr. Justice, I have a question for you regarding your first item for continuance. You referenced having the Soliks here because they have sworn testimony that they wanted to verify, so we could then, opportunity for cross-examination, of course, but you said for their opinion of how it will impact them. Did you mean to say their opinion of how it will impact them? Because typically in lay testimony, we're looking for expert testimony, not opinions of personal impact. So did you want to clarify that, why they need to be here?
Well, I think typically when you deal with a special use permit context, you're being asked to listen to expert testimony about traffic impacts and property value impacts. You're correct about that. The Court of Appeals, though, has said for standing purposes, a property owner can testify about what they believe the impact of the project will be. So their testimony is competent. And in fact, the case, and I think we talked about this at the very opening when Robin was making the point that we had to have experts. We have an expert, okay? But we have also these people, based on their personal experiences and their knowledge of the property, to testify about what they believe is the impacts. And the Court of Appeals said that is appropriate. That would be competent evidence in the context of standing. So what you're talking about, Mr. Chairman, is a different context. So all we were going to do was have them identify that they have a statement sworn under oath. They gave it to me. We did the notarization. I can turn it in. The thing is that Robin wants to then ask questions. And we do have Ms. Bennett here, who will have a very similar affidavit for Robin to ask questions, but we just have a conflict with the Solics, and I was hoping they'd be back, and unfortunately, they couldn't get back in time.
Thank you.
Could I respond just quickly? I do have a right to cross-examine their witnesses, and so we would object to the admission of an affidavit where I don't have the opportunity to cross-examine the person who testified. And I just want to clarify one other thing. What the law says, the Court of Appeals says, is if you're going to testify as to an actual diminution in value, it used to be worth $100,000, now it's worth $50,000, that's an expert. If you want to testify about impacts, the appellants can testify about that and what they believe the effect will be, but it has to be admissible and it has to be based on facts and actual, something they know will happen.
Thank you both for clarifying that for me. I appreciate that. Mr. Gallup, this is a decision we can make at the table to continue or not. Do you have any particular guidance you wish to offer?
Typically, a motion to continue is a discretionary motion where you're looking at whether or not there's good cause for the continuance. So I believe it's with the board to determine whether or not that good cause exists and whether or not you should grant the continuance or continue forward today.
I'm sorry, whether or not?
You should grant the continuance or continue forward today.
Okay, let's talk about this for a minute. You've heard the arguments pro and con to a continuance. What's the sense of the board? Or you wish to ask questions of anyone in this regard? Mr. Kinney?
Ms. Tatum, I believe you said that this Solic absence was brought to your attention yesterday. Is that correct? And I believe this meeting was scheduled about a month ago. Oh, man, I don't see what is there to discuss, really.
Yeah, I would ask if in considering whether it's good cause, do we consider that these are issues that should have been raised to us before today? Is that something we consider?
I think that normally a judge would consider that in a courtroom.
Okay.
Mr. Butler, do you have something?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Mr. Kinney, but on the other hand, as far as his co-counsel having chemotherapy treatments, I know according to the seriousness of that, that's a consideration that I would, consider. But the Solics, had 30 days or 45 days since our last meeting to make plans to be here, so that really falls on them.
These are obviously important issues for the city and for the landowners. And, I think it's important that both sides be allowed to put on the best evidence they can. I find, in particular, co-counsel receiving chemotherapy and being unavailable for this hearing, that alone is good cause, in my opinion.
What's going to be the situation with trying to reschedule this? How difficult is that going to be?
Well, that's a great question. and likely we're probably looking at August at the earliest for everyone's schedule, given the time that it would take for not only us but all the parties to clear calendars and be ready. So I'm guessing that's the answer to the question, because I know my own schedule, July is not an option. Anyone else?
I mean, I think we all cleared 2 days for this, did we not? Yeah. And there was a lot of scheduling involved, and this chemotherapy thing was brought up a month ago, and it didn't seem like a big deal at the time. I think a delay is not what's appropriate here, given these circumstances. I said, given that we cleared our calendars, made time for this, and we scheduled in this room, which is not easy, and then we find out at the last minute, oh, we can't be here, we want to move it, which is conveniently to the advantage of that side. So it seems like almost trying to run out the clock here on this development, if you ask me.
Mr. Birch, you wish to offer something?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. You may recall, right, we were here all together May 8th, I believe, when it was first continued. At that time, we were made aware of his co-counsel's chemotherapy. That was a known factor during all of those discussions leading up to your last regular meeting where the board voted to schedule these 2 days. So I would think the board was aware, certainly Mr. Justice was aware that his co-counsel was not going to be available these 2 days. I don't recall that being a huge issue raised with the board at the time that the board was deciding to hold a special meeting on these 2 days. And so I think it does go to what Mr. Kinney mentioned, which is another attempt to string this out. Time is the enemy of the developer here. And so we are ready to move forward and would encourage the board to move forward with hearing the merits. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, can I just point out one thing?
Yes, Mr. Justice.
Yeah.
Michael, I appreciate the time. We made known to you, we made known to Robin, we made known to everybody that Frank Gordon has a situation that he didn't create, he didn't want. And talking about time, we're talking about time where he has cancer and he has chemo treatment, and his last day of chemo treatment is tomorrow. And he is my co-counsel. And I asked for the consideration of the matter to be put off so he could be here. Okay? And so it's not running out the clock on a developer. My co-counsel has cancer. And so we made that known. So I'm a little bit put off by this idea that we're doing this to throw off your schedule. I'm doing this so my co-counsel can be here because my clients do depend on my co-counsel to be here. And so I'm raising it again before this board respectfully.
Ms. Rudisill?
I don't think we were aware of co-counsel's illness and treatment. However, I want to consider the fact that if we make a decision and go ahead today, that's an issue that could cause us to end up having an issue later in appeal, and that means more delay than us moving this forward for a month.
Ma'am, if you could speak into the microphone. Last thing I heard was appeal.
Yes, what I was saying is if we refuse to move this forward, and doing so is an appealable issue, a problem later, that would be more of a delay than us just saying, hey, let's meet in August. Is that?
That's certainly a possibility. I mean, anytime you have a decision to make on any kind of motion, it has the potential to, whichever decision you take, could be something that a court later decides wasn't the right decision and has some effect on it. I think you have a good point that could create an appealable issue, but I think what you're also hearing to balance that is the developer and the city seem to be willing to take that. They're the ones that are going to bear the burden of that risk, and they seem to be willing to take that risk. So I think both of those are valid considerations, but I think that's the balancing to take into account is whether or not it's there, but it's not really, when a judge makes a decision, it's not really his problem. It's the party's problem to deal with in the future. So you got to take into account where the parties are both sides coming from.
But his counsel is not here, and his concern is that it's adversely impacting his client's position and testimony, et cetera. So
absolutely, I think that's a valid consideration.
If I could, though, just mention, if we're going to have this, if there's any chance it's going to be moved, could we please have some indication about when these things need to be raised, because before we came to set this in June, Mr. Birch and I both wrote a letter to the board explaining our position. Mr. Justice did not do that, and he knew about the chemotherapy at that time, but he waited until today to bring that up after we've all cleared our schedules. The council, we've moved boards out of this room. We have the planning commission meeting in the convention center so that we could have these days. So I think if we could have some notice of that, which is something we haven't had with respect to this.
Thank you. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I would just represent from our side, we are 100% willing to take the risk that Mr. Gallup mentioned with proceeding today and taking that risk of a possible appealable issue in the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you all. Well, here we are. Two arguments in favor of continuance, the absence of the Solics and the absence of the co-counsel. The Solics, I'm frustrated by their inability to be here. I understand travel is challenging these days, but this date has been on the calendar. That travel challenges might have been anticipated, so that's unfortunate, but I'm willing to set that one aside. Personally, speaking for myself now, co-counsel, I also respect the circumstances of co-counsel and the chemotherapy and his timing. Again, the objection might have been raised formally earlier. It was raised in conversations, but not formally, that these dates will not work. So these dates have been agreed upon by everyone. So with respect to those two issues, my inclination is to move forward with this today, knowing that it opens a door for potential appeal. That's a risk on both sides take, and our city's side and the developer side has said they're willing to take that risk. Anyone else wish to offer an opinion before we make a decision on this?
I would support your decision.
I know we've had some concerns about co-counsel. Mr. Torrey?
I would agree with that. I have had family members that have been through chemotherapy, and you have these times mapped out, generally speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say the last minute change is what gives me concern. If we had known this earlier, maybe we could have done something, but doing this at the last minute kind of puts everybody at a disadvantage, I believe.
Okay, so, Mr. Gallup, is this an opinion solely of the chair, or is this something we should vote on? Some cases, I understand continuance is something I can just, we're going to continue it or not.
I think I would accept a motion and take a vote on this
Thank
one.
you for
And-
that. I prefer to have a motion to this effect, to either continue or to continue today, or to continue to a date to be established.
I'll make the motion to continue based on the fact that counsel for the landowners is being treated for cancer actively.
So you're asking,
I'm moving to grant the request for continuance.
okay, we have a motion to grant continuance. Is there a second? Okay, failure to hear a second. The motion does not move forward. Do we have another motion?
I'm sorry, ma'am, did you make a motion?
No, she asked a question. If there's further discussion needed, a motion can be made and we can discuss the motion. We need to move forward, folks, somebody.
Well, I would just add, I think this is the latest tactic. I believe the first tactic for delay was something with a hearing in Asheville, and that didn't work. And so then we've shifted gears to this Solic thing at the last minute. So I just view this as a pattern of trying to delay the hearings. That's just my take on it, for what it's worth.
I'll make a motion we hear the case today.
Okay, we have a motion to hear the case today. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion to hear the case today and a second. Open for discussion. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, we have one no. It carries. So, Mr. Justice, we're going to continue the case today, and the city finished their discussion of their motion to dismiss, so it is now in your court.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will make this comment. I sort of touched on it before. Obviously, this board is required under the law to be impartial. And I'm not casting any stones at this juncture, but the comment that there are tactics being employed to delay things relating to this hearing that I had last night, I simply asked for an hour and a half postponement of today for that reason, that we could start at 11 because I was going to be at a hearing late. That's hardly a tactic. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call our first witness, Nick Kirkland.
So if you would state your name and address for the record and your standing in the case, and then I will administer the oath.
Okay, my name is Nick Kirkland, or Nicholas Kirkland. My address is 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Justice.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
If you could talk to the board about what you do for a living and your qualifications.
Sure. So again, my name is Nick Kirkland. I'm a state-certified general appraiser in the state of North Carolina, as well as the Commonwealth of Virginia. I've been appraising for 8 years. I graduated from North Carolina State with a degree in communication.
Sir, if you could slow down a little bit, please.
Okay. I've gotten that before. I graduated from North Carolina State with a degree in communications. I've been appraising for 8 years. I've been accepted as an expert in property value impacts before boards of adjustment, boards of commissioners, planning boards, and town councils hundreds of times, presenting an impact study with the same methodology that we have performed an impact study for this proposed development.
Nick, when you say impact study, you're talking about the topic of property value impact?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Nick, did you prepare a written statement sworn under oath for purposes of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Now, is that what I just handed to you? Is this your affidavit that you signed?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and offer this document as our exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Can I see it before that, please, Mr. Birch?
Mr. Justice.
Now, Nick, attached to this statement is your resume, is that correct?
Yes, it is at the end of the impact study that we have done. It's about 2/3 of the way through. It says Kirkland Appraisals at the top, and in the top right it has Nicholas D. Kirkland and the address, and my curriculum is on there. It's page 39 of the first impact study.
And just to explain to the board what you are tasked to do, if you would just explain to the board what you were tasked to do.
We were asked, we were hired by 3 of the adjoining property owners, including the Soliks, to research the local area and find out if a townhome development like is proposed could have an impact, positive or negative, on the adjoining property value. So to that end, we researched that, and I'm happy to go further after this and explain that, but we researched and looked at local market data to determine if there would be an impact to the adjoining property owners if a development like this did occur.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer this witness as consider him as an expert in real estate appraisal, and specifically relating to property value impact studies.
We'll accept that.
And in terms of your research, your findings, your conclusions, have you memorialized all this into your written statement?
That is correct. Yes, I have.
I would like to offer this exhibit as part of the record.
You may do so.
Remind me again who holds the original.
I actually accidentally just gave you my copy.
I know you did.
I'm so sorry.
Get this back, then I'll give it back to you. Actually, this was your copy. All right. Nick, if you will go ahead and explain to the board the methodology that you followed.
Okay, so the methodology that you can use when determining an impact to an adjoining property value, the best way to determine what that impact could be is to look to real estate textbooks, what is taught on how to do this. So what we've done is we've consulted with the textbook Real Estate Damages, written by Dr. Randall Bell. And this is a textbook that is put out by the Appraisal Institute. This is an independent, third-party national group that offers additional designations, licensure, and education above and beyond state-required minimums. Within this textbook, Dr. Bell identifies the two best ways to determine the potential impact to the adjoining property values. I'm going to discuss both of these briefly. The first is a sale-resale analysis. This is where you have a home or a property that is sold adjacent to a test use. Again, in this case, we're talking about townhomes, so adjacent to townhomes. And what you're trying to find out is, after the townhomes have been constructed, was there an impact to the appreciation rate? So envision a home next to a blank field, the home sells. Townhomes are constructed on this field right next door, the home sells again. Well, first question is, did it appreciate or did it depreciate? However, that is not enough to determine impact. It is imperative to take the next step and derive a market-extracted appreciation rate. The idea being, what are other nearby properties appreciating for? And did this one appreciate for the same amount? If it's appreciating at the same rate, then there would not be a measurable impact. However, if it is appreciating slower than other nearby properties, then there is an impact due to the construction of those nearby test uses, or in this case, townhomes. And without doing this final step of deriving a market-extracted appreciation rate, you do not have a true indicator of potential damages. The second method for determining potential impacts are called matched pairs or paired sales analyses. This is where you have an existing test use, such as a townhome, with a home that is sold directly adjacent. You find similar nearby homes that have sold and compare them directly to this property that is adjacent to the townhomes. If all other things are equal and there's a difference in the sales price or the values of those properties, that difference can be attributable to the adjoining townhome use. The idea being, if there is an impact, you should be able to measure it if two similar properties are compared, with the only difference being adjacent to a townhome. Now, even if there is a measured impact from one of these two methods that are outlined within this Appraisal Institute textbook, it is important that you then take it a step further and try to derive, is it based on a certain externality, such as distance to the property? In other words, how close are those townhomes? Or was it, well, if you're talking about adjacent properties and you have two 100-acre lots and something sold and there was a difference in value, odds are it's probably not the property next door that's over 100 acres away. But if you have two properties on 1/10 of an acre lots directly next door and there's a difference in attributable in property value impact, then looking at the proximity and those closest uses is a great way in determining, was the impact related to the adjoining use? The idea being, if there is an impact, the closer that adjoining use that is causing the impact is, typically greater the impact. That is the methodology that we have utilized within this impact study. We have actually done the second version, the matched pair or paired sales analysis. The same methodology that we've utilized within the impact study before you has gone from Kirkland Appraisal's impact studies, just like this, has gone
Has gone from,
excuse me, Kirkland Appraisal's impact,
what appraisals?
Kirkland? It's
Thank
the
you.
last name.
Got it.
Kirkland Appraisal's impact studies, utilizing the exact same methodology before you in this impact study today have gone before the North Carolina Superior Court and been accepted as competent material evidence. In fact, they've been identified as the standard for competent material evidence using the exact same methodology within this impact study.
Thank you, Nick. Now, in terms of collection of factual data following the methodology, if you'll expound upon that in terms of what you reviewed within the Raleigh area.
Certainly. So the first thing we did was looking at where is this property located, what is the immediate neighborhood. We looked at this subsection of Hayes-Barton subdivision and looked at essentially what are all the properties on the 3 closest roads and how many properties are there on that, how many lots, which comes out to about 80 lots. I believe the exact number is 77. So the adjoining properties to this are just 12, which is a small section of this corner of Hayes-Barton subdivision. To that end, we have looked for similar infill development locations of townhomes next to or within single-family developments. The idea being we want to find a similar situation to townhomes being built right next to single-family homes within the Raleigh area so we can derive any potential matched pairs from any sales that have occurred adjacent to one of these properties. So to that end, we have pulled off of 5 comparable subdivisions nearby shown within the impact study. Again, I'm happy to go through that in more detail if there's questions, but just to keep it a little more high level, we've gone through 5 different ones. What we've found is that we've pulled matched pair data, or there were home sales next to some of these townhome developments that we have compared it to. What we have done is we've taken these home sales and compared the home sales next to the existing townhomes that already are around nearby, and compared the homes that sold directly next to these townhomes with similar nearby houses that were not next to townhomes in order to derive whether or not there was an impact on the adjoining property value. At this point, we had still not determined whether or not there was an impact. You can't determine it until you actually look at whether properties are selling for more or less or appreciating at the same rate as other nearby properties. However, what we found is that these match pair data points indicate there is a negative impact for being adjacent to townhomes based on the distance of these sales next to townhomes. So what we've done is we have compared when a home sold next to townhomes using the GIS measurement tool, how far away from structure to structure was this property when it sold. And we've done that, and then we've compared that to the distances on the proposed development site. Based off the site plan, how close are the existing homes to the adjoining or to the proposed development? We've found a staggered impact, as in the closer that you are to those townhomes, there is a greater impact to the adjoining property value. When those structures are closer, the impact is greater. There is a measurable drop-off as you get further away, and in fact, not even all of the adjoining properties to the proposed development are impacted. It's only 6, 3 of which are the clients for this appeals case, but only 6 of the 12 are close enough to even have an impact. And the 6 of the 12, it's not all of the adjoining or abutting, it's not all of the neighborhood, it's not all of Hayes-Barton. It's a very small subset of the adjoining properties that have a negative impact, and it is because they are so close to the proposed development. And trying to cure something like that in the development process when the townhome development is already sited very close to the intersection, as far away from most of the dwellings as possible, it is not that it is an incurable thing, but a very difficult item to cure. And based on the market data we have, it's my professional opinion that the proposed development will have a negative substantial impact on 6 of the 12 adjoining or abutting properties.
And you did indicate that the 3 appellants.
They are included with that, yes.
Now, within the report, you actually have an analysis of what you see as more of a drill down on potentially the amount of diminution, of property value.
That is correct.
You have a table. So if you could point that out to the board.
Yes. On page 26 of the impact study, you can see there's a map on the bottom, and on the top, there's a breakdown of each of the adjoining or abutting properties, numbered 1 through 12. The numbering that matches up with that is a little bit earlier in the report. However, you can see that we have measured from the distance from the nearest proposed townhome to that dwelling, and based on that, there is an indicated percentage impact to that property value. We have applied that to an adjusted assessed value. We did not provide an appraisal of all of the adjoining properties. We have taken the assessed value that was recently done, and we have adjusted that upwards by the Federal Housing Fair Standard Market Adjustment. Essentially, this is a tool that is utilized and put out by the federal government, and this is shown in the column that says assessed value ADJ by FHFA HPI.
I'm sorry, the initials again?
ADJ by FHFA HPI.
HB as in boy?
P is in proud. This is a statistic put out by the federal government that essentially says if you buy a home at this price in this area on this date, when looking by quarter, how much has that appreciated or depreciated over time? The idea being the assessed value may not indicate current market value, but by adjusting what the tax assessors believe to be the assessed value at that time of assessment, adjusting that upwards by this index provides a good indication of current market value based on the prior assessed value. However, to be clear, this was not an appraisal of the adjoining properties, but utilizing that and the percentage impacts, you can see in the far right column, the indicated impacts to the adjoining property values of those properties that adjoin or abut this proposed development. And as you see, a number of them have a $0 impact because they are not impacted. It is solely based on the proximity.
And just to give an example from this table, property identified with number 11, 912 Williamson, would be the Solix property, and you're giving your opinion about property value diminution, and your opinion is noted on the far right corner, the far right column.
It is our conclusion that it would be a negative 10% impact to the market value. We've provided an estimated market value just based on that assessed value, updating that. It is not an appraisal of that. We've just updated or adjusted upwards that assessed value, but whatever the market value of that property, it would be a 10% impact to their property value, land, and improvements.
So to drill down a little bit more of your factual findings from the analysis of the comparable communities or developments that you looked at, what was the proximity factor, if you can let the board know, what in terms of distance?
From the comparable subdivisions to this subject area?
Right.
We looked at the closest townhomes that adjoined residential homes, developments just like this. We started looking outwards, starting from this as the center point. The goal being trying to find a similar area as close to this as possible that wouldn't have any other impacts or influences. Any home that adjoins part of downtown or any home that is on a larger thoroughfare could have additional impacts over and above any townhome potential. The idea was to find a very similar situation with homes in a subdivision backing up to townhomes, ideally with those townhomes being sited within that subdivision itself as an infill development. And so we just started with as close as possible and worked our way out.
And I apologize, I think I asked a confusing question. What I was asking for is, you said distance matters, meaning if your property and structure, your house, was in a certain distance of a townhome that you had analyzed, you perceived an impact based on distance, and I was just wanting you to detail what that distance approximately was.
Yes. So on each of those match paired data sets that we had, we did measure from structure to structure how close that home that sold next to the townhome was. And this is actually identified on page 24 of the impact study. There's a number of the properties that have sold that are essentially broken down into a distance by impact there on the right. So if you look on the bottom, we basically broke it down by the distances that we were able to measure based on those match pair analyses. And as I said, there is a stair-step impact where it is greater, being between 110 and 123 feet of distance from structure to structure, with it being diminished the further away from that you get.
And so based on your findings from the methodology you employed, you drew certain conclusions, and I believe your conclusions are on the first page of your affidavit.
That is correct.
And if you would just read number 4 for the record.
Can I have a copy of the affidavit?
Oh.
I apologize. I'm happy to do so, though. Thank you. Number 4 on the affidavit that I have sworn reads, based on my experience, education, and training, and the findings and conclusions in the Exhibit 1 report, it is my professional opinion that the following property owners, James R. Post and Angela M. Post, for their property located at 1527 Iredale Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina, Marvin Butler Bennett III and Rebecca Garrison Bennett for their property located at 1517 Iredale Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina, and John Solik and Samantha Solik for their property at 912 Williamson Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina, will suffer special damages in the form of diminution of property values as a result of the City of Raleigh's development approval of the 908 Williamson Drive Townhouse Subdivision Project, which project immediately adjoins or abuts their respective properties.
Thank you. Now, Nick, you were also asked to review the Mr. Allen, who testified on behalf of the city and the developer. You were here in this room when he testified, so you heard what he had to say.
Correct.
And you've seen his report, correct?
Correct.
And in your task, in generally speaking, to offer a rebuttal of that testimony in his written report. Is that correct?
We provided a review of his work, which requires, per the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, that we point out what he does correctly as well as what he does not do correctly and explain how we reached that. And to that end, that is attached to that affidavit towards the end of that, I believe, if that's correct.
So item number 5 of your affidavit.
It definitely addresses that, but we have provided a review where we point out what he does correct and then point out the flaws in what he has done. And I was present the prior time. And I'm happy to walk through that if you'd like me to.
Yeah, why don't you walk through it? I know you have an exhibit that's part of your affidavit where you get into the weeds about the flaws that you see. But go ahead and explain that to the board.
Certainly. So he was tasked with the same question we were. Would a proposed development like this have an impact, positive or negative, on the adjoining property value? As I said, we used the Appraisal Institute textbook for deriving a methodology that would be supported. Mr. Allen does not provide a basis for the methodology that he utilizes within his study. He did do a lot of research gathering. However, the methodology is not something outlined in an Appraisal Institute textbook. It is very similar to the sale-resale analysis, which I described earlier. What he did was he said, well, here's a property that's nearby, next to, or is a townhome. It sold at this price. Later, when it sold, did it sell for more or less? It was a binary choice, more or less. His conclusion, based on most of those choices being, yes, there was appreciation, he concluded that that was a basis for no impact because the property values in general are going up. The problem with that, as you will recall, is there was no market-extracted appreciation rate that it was measured by. He does not measure how much it appreciated. It is important to derive an appreciation rate based on the market so that way you can actually compare it to what happened. What he has indicated is that appreciation has occurred, and the main takeaway of his report is that over the last 5 to 7 decades, residential land and townhome land in the city of Raleigh has generally gone up in value. That is the only syllogistic conclusion that is drawable from the data set that he did. He did spend a lot of time gathering this research and the data, but with no basis for the methodology, there is no way to arrive at the conclusion that there would be no impact.
So if you would, using the paired sales approach, explain that approach and juxtapose it to his approach to why you see a missing link.
Okay, so The sale-resale analysis, as described earlier, when you have the final step with a market appreciation rate to compare it to, is just as good as a matched pair or paired sales analysis. However, he did not complete a sale or resale analysis. He did the first half. He found out, did it appreciate, did it not appreciate? But he did not actually find enough information to make a conclusion. What he has done is he has pulled a lot of data and then made no analysis, and he did not pull enough information to derive an impact one way or the other. Without determining the distance from these homes to the adjoining townhomes, you don't know whether or not there was an impact, and if so, how big was it? I'm going to read the fifth item on the affidavit, which explicitly discusses this. I believe this would sum it up in less of me rambling. I provided a review of an impact study provided by Tim Allen, MAI/CCIM, dated appraisal on the brain, dated April 30th, 2023, a true and accurate copy of which is attached as Exhibit 2. My conclusion of that review is that he has blended sales of adjoining and nearby homes over decades to show appreciation in the market over time. This does not address the question and intended use of the impact study. This does not consider whether the homes are appreciating at the rate they would if they were not adjacent to a townhome, or if there was a one-time drop in value and then a normal appreciation rate based on typical market rates, but from a diminished starting value, or if it takes longer to market a home next to a townhome versus one that does not. The impact study fails to test for any negative impacts from the adjoining use and doesn't provide information that leads to a conclusion that the proposed townhome development would have no impact on adjoining property values. Mr. Allen's study doesn't use methodology supported by the Appraisal Institute for determining damages. There was no support for the methodology.
Sir, if you could slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
Supported by the Appraisal Institute.
For determining damages. There was no support for the methodology utilized within the impact study.
Thank you, Nick. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Tatum?
Hello? Okay, there we go. I'd like to pull up the subdivision plat, which we had on the PowerPoint. Okay, I'll go ahead and get started with my questions if you can work on pulling that up. Okay, Mr. Kirkland, it's your position that the approval of this particular subdivision plat caused a diminution in value with some properties in the area, is that correct?
If the property is developed as proposed, there will be an impact on 6 of the adjoining property owners based on the research we have done.
But this is a subdivision preliminary plat, is that correct?
For a proposed development?
Well, do you know what a subdivision plat is?
Yes, ma'am. It's
And
a map.
what is it?
It's a map
And what does it show?
where you are proposing to develop a future development.
Are there any buildings on that plat?
There was a preliminary site plan that was provided to us.
If you could pull that up, please. Yeah, just the plat with the, that. Yep. Okay, there you go, Mr. Kirkland. Is that you've called it a site plan, but it's really not a site plan, is it?
If you would like to call it a plat, that is fine. This is what we utilized in determining distances.
Okay. And where are the buildings on that plat that you are measuring from?
There are the proposed lot lines indicated on here. There are no indicated exact buildings, only where the lots would go. So we have taken the adjoining dwellings and measured them to the edge of the lot line.
Okay. So, but your testimony was your entire opinion was based on where those buildings would be after they are constructed. Is that correct?
Yes, would the buildings not be on the lots?
Well, I'm asking you, is your opinion based on where the buildings will be located, correct?
Correct, based on where they would be on the lots.
Okay. And what I'm asking you is, that plat does not approve any buildings at all, does it?
That is correct.
So your opinion is based on an assumption that there will be some type of future approval that will allow buildings, correct?
Our opinion is based on if a townhome development is sited next to a single-family development, there would be an impact based on that proximity.
Well, the question before the board today is whether this particular plat, as it is approved, will have a negative impact. Is that correct?
You're asking me? You're the
Yeah,
attorney.
well, I'm saying the plat's what's in front of the board, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and the plat approves no buildings, correct?
that is correct.
So your opinion can't be correct until you know where the buildings are, can they?
Our opinion is that if there are townhome developments within a certain proximity of distance, which would be encompassed wherever you put the buildings on these lots, that there would be an impact. That impact could shift minutely based on the actual siting of where you would put that building on that lot, but it does encompass those lots in their entirety for some of the adjoining property owners.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get from you is why just creating a lot alone? The creating a lot alone doesn't impact the value, correct?
We were tasked with determining whether or not a townhome development would have an impact on the adjoining property value.
But I'm asking you, just creating lots and no more does not impact value, does it?
I do not know.
Okay, so your opinion was not actually based on what the approval is today, which is a subdivision plat.
My opinion is based on if you develop townhomes on the proposed site, there would be an impact on the adjoining property values.
Well, there's nothing that's been approved to be built at this time, is there?
Is that not a future part of what you would do with a townhome plat?
Well, what I'm trying to, this is an appeal of this plat. This is not an appeal of a building that's not even been proposed yet. So your charge was basically to evaluate a value impact at some point in the future, correct?
We have been tasked with determining if there was a townhome, would there be an impact? To that end, if there is townhomes within the distances outlined in the impact study, there would be an impact. Whether they are sited close to or further away within those lot lines, there would still be an impact.
Okay, but there's no approved buildings yet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so do you know when the buildings will be built?
I do not.
Would your opinion as to value, that is based on buildings that are on the ground today, is that correct?
That's correct.
So would your opinion, what if there wasn't a building built for 5 years? Would you have the same opinion? Or would you have to do a new study?
If the market data supported that, then yes, I would have the same opinion.
But do you know what the market data would be?
I can't tell the future, no.
Okay, so the impact on the adjacent properties should be determined at the time that the townhomes are actually put on the ground. Is that correct?
Objection. Mr. Chairman, this line of questioning ignores the fact that this man's, one of the things he does for a living is he does property impact studies of proposed development. The development doesn't exist. It's proposed. And so this line of questioning would seemingly tank this entire industry of analyzing impacts from proposed development. So this line of questioning is completely irrelevant, and anyway, it's very misleading.
To respond, this is a subdivision plat. Under the general statutes, it basically says it's the division of land for purpose of sale or development. We're not talking about a site plan, and we're not talking about a building permit. We're talking about lots on the ground. That's what's been approved. So the question before the board is whether the division of these lots is going to have an impact on value. And so what I am asking Mr. Kirkland is whether or not, if he said, I have done my opinion based on the distance of one building to another, which is fair. But my point to him, and what I would like to ask is, that determination is made once the building is constructed. Isn't that correct?
And I'll renew my objection, Mr. Chairman. If this gentleman does an analysis of a solar farm and whether it has an impact, the solar farm doesn't exist. According to Robin, we should wait till actually the solar farm is built, which would be too late to challenge the development approval of the solar farm. And so, Mr. Chairman, at the end of the day, this project approval is for Williamson Townhomes. This might be the first step, but ultimately the decisions they've made to say this satisfy all the compact subdivision requirements, including the elimination of no screening, no buffering, no transition protective yard. This is our only chance to challenge those determinations. I'm assuming Robin would say we would wait too long if we allowed this to go through without appealing it, and then suddenly showed up a year from now when they wanted to pull a building permit. This is totally misleading, and again, irrelevant. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll move along, but I do want to just remind the board, this is a subdivision plat. That is all that has been proposed. And if you are proposing a solar farm, that means they're going to build the solar farm. If you are proposing a subdivision building, then that could be years from now when the market is different, and that's what my point is. Okay. The next question that I have is, let me pull, you said that I need to pull this up real quick, that there were, Justin, where are you? That there were, what, 6 homes in the area that would be affected? Oh, sorry. Go up to the map. First one. Yeah, right there. Okay. We pulled up a map of the area, and my question to you is, what, in addition to the appellants, which other property owners do you say that would have this same decrease in value?
As shown on page 26 of the impact study that we have provided, 1527 Iredell, which is, does the mouse work for this? Could I highlight, like, move around and show people? I could. Okay. This one would have a negative impact. They're one of the appellants. This one would have a negative impact. They're one of the appellants. 1508 Iredell Drive would have no impact. 1506 Iredell Drive is not an appellant, but would have a negative impact. 1504 is not an appellant, but would have a negative impact. 1502 is not an appellant, but they would have a negative impact. 1500 Iredell Drive would not have an impact. 909 Williamson Drive would not have an impact. 913 Williamson Drive would not have an impact. And 915 Williamson would not have an impact. 912 Williamson is an appellant, and they would have an impact. 1520 Jarvis Street would not have an impact.
Okay, can you explain to me, I don't want to take a lot of time on this, but what is the difference between, why did you pick the ones that you did to have an impact and others would not? Based on what?
Based on distance to where you are saying the proposed lots are. I didn't.
You said, but where the buildings would be, isn't that what you said?
When looking at the matched pairs, we've utilized from a building to building.
Okay.
However, for any development, the buildings or improvements would have to be sited on that lot.
Okay.
Meaning the ones that have an impact are because they are in close enough proximity to whatever is built on that lot would have an impact to that property.
And the impact occurs when the building goes up, correct?
The impact would occur, yes, when the building goes up and someone goes to sell, they would realize less money.
Okay, okay. And the people that are not appellants, is it your position that their impact would be basically the same as the people that are appellants with respect to the impact on their value?
Nope. On page 26, on the second from the right column, it shows the indicated impact. It differs for each property because the location of each dwelling in relation to the proposed development is different. So there would be a difference in impact.
Oh, okay, but that again goes back to whenever the building goes up and that measurement is made, right? Because if it's dependent on how far it's building to building, it would depend on where the building was on the lot, townhouse lot when it's built, correct?
Correct, but if that impact encompasses the entirety of the lot, then the impact still exists. We're talking about a minor shift in footage of where that is in the chart that is outlined on page 24.
Okay, but again, you got to get the building up before you draw that line, right?
It does require construction of a townhome to have a townhome, yes.
Okay. So why is it that proximity to a townhome has a negative impact on these properties? What are the characteristics of the townhome that cause that impact?
I do not know exactly why they did. The reason why they did is because market participants are paying less money to live adjacent and in close proximity to townhomes. That's the basis of the matched pair. People are paying less in the immediate market area to live next to places like this proposed development than they would for another similar nearby home, which is the basis for an impact for the proposed development.
Okay, but that's not based on actual sales data, correct?
It is based on sales data. That's what a matched pair is. Would you like me to explain that again?
No, I understand, but have you, put it this way, do you do appraisals for single-family homes?
Yes, we appraise all kinds of property for all kinds of clients, including the city.
Okay. Have you appraised a house that is next to a townhouse before?
I cannot recall off the top of my head when I have.
Okay.
But I might have.
Well, my question is, in a single-family home appraisal, has it been your experience that when it is next to a townhome that there is a downward adjustment in the appraisal document due to townhome proximity?
As I've just testified, I cannot recall a time when I have done one, so I can't comment on that.
But based on your testimony today, would that be appropriate?
Yes, the match pair analysis we've done is the basis for how one would put a negative impact. It's not enough to put a qualitative adjustment. We have derived a market quantitative adjustment based on actual sales data.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's something you would do if you had a client and they were buying a house next to a townhome development, you would actually put a downward adjustment on their appraisal because of that?
If it was in this market area and we were comparing the distances and it fell within the chart on page 24, then yes, I would.
Okay. So, are you aware of what type of single-family dwellings could be built on 908 Williamson?
I am aware that some could be built. However, the question was whether or not the proposed development would have an impact, and that's the research we have done.
Okay, so you didn't do any research on whether if 9 single-family homes were built there, it would have any kind of a different impact on the value of the surrounding properties, did you?
As that was not in the scope of work of what is being looked at, no, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware that in the city of Raleigh that a single-family home has a 10-foot setback from the side property line?
If that's in the UDO, then I'm sure that's correct.
Okay. How far away, roughly, do you know how far away, roughly, that the townhouse lots that you're comparing are to, for example, the Solix?
Off the top of my head, I do not know. No, ma'am.
It's much further than 10 feet from the property line, though, isn't it?
If you say it is, then yes.
Well, we can pull up the plat again. Okay, there you go. Well, you would have had to do the measurements, right? You're saying you measured from the line to the...
I did, and I believe so, but I don't want to testify without being certain.
Okay, so you don't know whether those lots are more than 10 feet, looking at that, or not?
Looking at this, it would appear such, provided that the scale on the site plan or plat is correct.
Okay. So do you know whether that if there were 9 single-family homes on this lot, whether or not there would be a diminution in value to the adjacent property owners or not?
I do not know that, but I know that the proposed townhome development would have a diminution on value if it's developed as proposed, which is the scope of work we have.
Okay. You keep saying developed as proposed, but there's no buildings on this plan. Correct?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. I just want to know what we're talking about here. We're talking about a plat. Okay, if you'll just give me 1 second. I may be done. I'm finished, but I would, I think Mr. Birch might have some questions.
Okay, Mr. Birch, you may continue.
Would you like to stand here?
Thank you. I'll come over here so you're not
That's
look
not
backwards
on.
at me.
Check the mic. I'm not sure it's on.
Is it on?
Now it is.
All right. And I'll be sure to speak louder. Mr. Kirkland, I think you testified that you really just made adjustments to assessed value in looking at the nearby sales that you were looking at or values that you were looking at. And I think I heard you say that you did not do an appraisal of each of those nearby homes that were looked at. So is it correct to say that your analysis does not account for kind of the individual aspects of each of those sales, kind of the aspects that might be unique to particular homes?
What sales are you talking about?
I'm just asking, generally speaking, when you were looking at each of those sales, I think what I heard you say is that you did not do kind of an individual appraisal of those separate properties. And so my question is, does your analysis take into account the differences, that might be particular to a particular home that would affect value?
I understand your question. While we did not provide an appraisal of all of the adjoining properties or abutting properties, we have derived a percentage impact to those adjoining properties, meaning regardless of what the assessed value, the market value, or what the current fair price would be, that impact would stand and reduce that market value by that much if developed as proposed. Right. Whether or not there is a difference in the current market value or the assessed value or the value assessed that has been adjusted upwards by this Fair Housing Market Index, I don't know, but the percentage impact would be the same regardless of what that market value is determined to be.
Okay. Similarly, did your analysis take into account the quality of the townhomes that you were analyzing?
We looked for homes that were in close proximity in similar situations. So are you saying that there is a quality of proposed townhomes that you have planned?
No. What I'm asking you is, does your analysis take into account the quality of the townhomes?
Yes, we picked as modern of townhomes as we could find in close proximity with nearby homes that sold that were adjacent.
Okay. Thank you. And just to follow up on that, and because in reading your analysis, it wasn't clear that any adjustments were made for the quality of the townhomes. It didn't look like the analysis went that deep.
You're correct. We made no adjustments for the townhomes because the whole idea of a match pair analysis is to get two similar properties, one that adjoins an existing townhome and one that does not adjoin an existing townhome, in order to derive, is there a difference? So if I'm adjusting for the difference, then I've already determined there's a difference, and I've started with a pre-existing conclusion, which you are not allowed to do per the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. Meaning, what we did is we determined that there was a difference, and that is what we have identified as the potential impact for the proposed development to these property owners based on that difference. So no, I did not adjust because that would be improper.
Right. And again, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like you were not taking into account particulars of the townhomes themselves or the particulars of the homes that you are analyzing. I understand that may not have been part of the scope or the analysis, but I just want to understand if that's a correct statement.
To do what you were saying and make an adjustment based on the quality of the adjoining townhomes when trying to determine the impact, if any, of the adjoining townhomes would be improper and misleading. The point is to derive any difference at all based on those townhomes to determine if the townhomes have an impact. I cannot make an adjustment on the variable that I am trying to derive if it exists or what it would be.
Right. And so what you're treating all townhomes as equal?
All townhomes in the immediate area that are of similar size, and yes.
I don't have any more questions, but I did want to put something on the record. It's just our objection to the admission of this expert because his entire opinion is based on built townhomes, and this subdivision plat does not approve anything to be built on the ground.
Okay, duly noted. Now, Mr. Gallup, may we ask questions, or should I go back to Mr. Justice for his follow-up first?
I think it's the pleasure of the board if you'd like to ask questions before Mr. Justice or after Mr. Justice.
I think we do have a few questions, if we may, and then we'll certainly give you an opportunity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One is, did the city put conditions with respect to the approval of, I thought that there was a staff comments on the plan when the city reviewed what was happening in the subdivision. Do you recall what the staff comments were?
Question for the city on that.
What was the question again?
The city staff comments.
Mr. Gallup,
on the
you
site
look
plan.
like you have a concern?
I'm not hearing an objection from Mr. Justice, so I don't have a concern.
Well, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, therefore I'm not going to pretend that it's
Just a staff
inappropriate.
comment. You have a question about,
Guys, I'm really starting to have a lot of trouble. People aren't speaking into their microphones. I'm struggling just to hear, and then when there's crosstalk, it's just not going to be in the transcript unless I can hear. If you want your words in the transcript, please, I implore you, please, practically kiss that microphone so I can hear you, please. Thank you.
I'm trying to understand the question too. It may be a question for Justin, actually.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get at what conditions the city put around approval of the site plan, because I'm concerned we compare apples to apples with respect to what's happening. And if you could have a townhouse development in a nice Hayes Barton neighborhood, but you had, like here, you have roadways, and if you have screening, and it would make it more appeasing and pleasant to the community versus what conditions the city may have placed during the site plan process.
And I can let Justin, if he needs to. I think we'll get into that in the merits about where the buffering is and everything with respect to this particular plat. As far as what it's going to look like in the future, that's something that, as I've been saying, we don't know because the buildings haven't been designed, they haven't been approved, they haven't been proposed. What we have on this particular plat is where the lot lines will be, where the road will be, where the open space will be, and where the tree save area will be. So that's what we have. But do you understand any more of her question you want to respond?
Is there any way, Mr. Chairman, this is a little bit unorthodox to take witnesses sort of out of order. We'll let this go, but if it sort of breaks up the my side, his side, that kind of thing.
Appreciate your point. Thank you.
One other thing I would mention just quickly too, I mean, I think that both of us on this side would be perfectly fine for the board to hear the standing argument and hear the entire case before they make a decision on either one, if that is helpful. I don't know what Mr. Justice's position is on that, because again, some of this is, testimony about what's on the plat. So to the extent that it would play in, I think that we would be certainly fine to let you hear everything before you decide anything.
Thank you. Mr. Hermeti, you can hold on that, answering that right now. We'll have an opportunity to come back to that. Board members, other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Kirkland.
Hold
would-
on, let me interject real quick. Sure. We do have an issue here where we've got regular members and alternates, and it's only a 5-member board. So if you're an alternate, and I know, Mr. Torrey, is that correct? Yes, sir. And I know that you just started.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure alternates shouldn't be questioning or voting. We've got a 5-member board. All the regular members are here. The regular members are the ones who are involved in the matter. And I just wanted to make sure that that's how we.
Yeah, thank
treat
you,
it.
Mr. Gallup. We understand the voting. I had actually understood and advised Mr. Torrey before that he was allowed to ask questions but would not be voting. If you're saying he shouldn't ask questions, then we will clarify that right now.
My typical recommendation is that alternates not sit with the board, but I would definitely recommend that they not be involved in the process.
Mr. Torrey, thank you. If you'll just observe at this time then. Mr. Butler?
And I was just going to say from Mr. Gallup's comment was that the last time we had a case.
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry. The last time we had a case, they just asked that the voting members only participate. So just to clarify, they did request that.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Okay, trying to get it right here. Other questions? Mr. Justice, I apologize for us interrupting. You may get back.
That's
regain your
fine.
rhythm here.
You had mentioned before, Nick, that your methodology, this property impact analysis you did, has been accepted by the Superior Court, as well, I assume, on up through to our appellate courts, correct?
That's correct. Those decisions were held based on our impact study utilizing the same methodology as being competent material evidence.
And to Robin's line of questioning about, well, the building doesn't exist, when you're doing a property impact analysis in the various studies that you've performed, you're talking about approvals, but the actual development in question doesn't exist on the ground yet, right, when you're doing these analysis?
An analysis for a proposed use, the use doesn't exist. You have to do the analysis before it exists, so that way you can determine if there is an impact. As you had mentioned earlier, if you wait until the development has occurred, there is no time for an adjoining property owner, if an impact would be realized, to make an objection. The time is when it is still a proposed use.
And the plat there that's on the screen, I don't know if you can see it. I have a copy here.
Yes, it's in front of me.
So the title of this particular plan that was approved is Williamson Townhomes, right?
It says that, yes.
It doesn't say Williamson Single Family Homes, right?
Correct.
Or Williamson Detached Homes. It's particular to townhomes, right?
It says that, yes.
Are you familiar at all with the lot requirements in Raleigh when comparing a detached single-family home to a townhome?
I reviewed it when doing the initial impact study. I do not have the UDO memorized, though. I don't know it off the top of my head.
I do not have the what memorized?
UDO memorized off the top of my head.
But from the face of this document that you're looking at, this is a plan for the approval to build townhomes on this property.
It appears consistent with a request to build townhomes, yes.
And I don't think I'd
Objection. That's assuming facts that aren't supported by the plat.
Mr. Chairman, this was sort of that was a little bit of a second-grade question because at the end of the day, we all should know and be able to admit that the UDO has different standards for developments, and if you want to do a single-family detached lot subdivision, those lots are fairly large when compared to this. At the end of the day, the only thing that could be put on these little pieces of property are townhomes, and so to ask this witness, I guess, to admit the obvious, I thought was an appropriate question. So I just don't understand the objection. Thank you.
Okay.
Just for the record.
for the record. Okay.
Thank you. All right. In terms of site visits, for the things that you looked at in your study, did you conduct your site visits?
Yes, I went and stood in the driveways of the appellate. I walked around the proposed development site here. I also went by all of the match pairs that we've utilized within the impact study to determine that they're similar and reasonable to compare.
And you touched on what Michael was asking you. You certainly looked for townhouses that are modern.
That is correct.
That's a fact. All right. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any follow-up? We'd like to take a break, but I don't want to I want to wrap this up while we have Mr. Kirkland. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kirkland.
Mr. Chairman, can I go ahead and excuse Mr. Kirkland so he doesn't have to
Yes.
sit
Yeah,
here?
exactly. That was. Thank you. I was hoping we could do that. So
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kirkland, for your
Thank
time.
you.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess here, so everyone can get a chance to freshen up, and then we'll re-adjourn shortly. As we reconvene, the tech folks have advised us that some of that staticky noise is maybe caused by phones being too close to the microphone. So if you have a cell phone or some other electronic equipment, just create a little distance.
That's correct. That's
Correct,
correct,
Ms. Puccini?
Mr. Chairman. That was what the folks at the up in the booth were telling me, that all that crackling was hearing. Folks may have been doing this near or whatever, and it was interfering, making all that crackling noises. So laptops you're fine with. It seems that these are the ones that seem to be the culprits. Just sort of
Okay.
keep them a distance from this.
Very good. Great. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Justice, I believe we're back with you still.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call Rebecca Bennett at this time.
Ms. Bennett, when you get to the microphone, and of course, as we've all been advised, please speak slowly and carefully into the mic. Give us your name, address, and I will administer the oath.
Rebecca Bennett. I live at 1517 Iredale Drive.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Bennett. Rebecca, if you would just using the map, the plan that's on the screen in front of us, just generally describe where your property is located, and then we'll drill down further from that.
We're on the Iredale side. The whole distance of the property line that butts up to the whole length of it. We're the next door neighbors.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Bennett, for purposes of this hearing, did you prepare a written statement that was under oath?
Yes.
And is this a copy of that statement?
Yes, it appears to be. Yes.
That's your signature on that statement?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce this as our exhibit number 2.
Okay.
So, Ms. Bennett, if using your written statement and the exhibits that are attached, if you want to walk the board through you and your husband's proximity to the project in question.
Yes, and I can sort of skim through this, or do you want me to read it? My affidavit, it's not very long.
Yeah, if you'll just start out with sort of a locational thing, just
We're the owners. We reside at 1517 Iredale Drive, immediately adjacent to the property at 908 Williamson Drive.
Ma'am, I need you to slow down, please.
Sure.
Property at
908 Williamson Drive. which sits at the corner of Williamson and Iredell. We share over a considerable distance a property line with 908 Williamson along the north side of that lot and the south side of our lot. A copy of our deed and recorded 1920 plat are attached as Exhibits 1A and 1B. There's also a survey with a portion survey of our lot placed alongside, showing where our house and outdoor living spaces are located with respect to the 908 Williamson parcel. An aerial showing the abutting relationship of our properties is attached as Exhibit 2B.
Did you prepare Exhibit 2A?
I can't, let's see, let me see which one's 2A and which one's 2B. Hold on. Yes,
And did you do this to scale?
yes.
Okay. Go on.
And I can talk about that a little more if you want me to. Do you want me to discuss
Sure,
that
sure,
plan?
that's fine.
Okay, so I'm not an expert on anything. I'm the neighbor, I'm a mom, I'm a property owner, taxpayer. So I just wanted to see where this proposed townhome subdivision would actually butt up against our lot and how close their new road would be to our patio. And so I simply cut out our scale, our plot of our, might not be using the right word, plot, our site plan of our house and put it exactly next to it to see how close this proposed subdivision will be to our property and home and backyard.
And in terms of closeness, for example, the main road, the only road into this project is how close to your property?
Well, best I could tell from the scale, I think 2 feet. The road that goes, and there's parking lots that are going to be right next to our back patio. And I'm not an expert, but it looks like the road is 2 feet from runs along half of our property line.
All right. And your written statement sets out your opinions of how this project, the development approval for this project, affects you, your husband, and your property, right?
Yes, and I'm happy to read because it's sort of, I'm happy to read it out loud. It'll just take a minute to read the rest
go
of it.
ahead.
It appears from the survey that the proposed road in the new subdivision will effectively run immediately adjacent to our south property line with little or no border or separation between our outdoor spaces and that road. There appears to be no plan for an effective buffer between this new street and our backyard living spaces, including our sunroom and our patio. The city code requires a transitional protective yard for compact developments like the one proposed, and no vegetative buffer is being offered, nor are there any conventional perimeter lots to run along our commonly shared line. We will have a clear line of sight from essentially all parts of our parcel into the proposed townhouse development. Without the restrictive transitional protective yard, either in the form of a vegetative buffer or conventional perimeter lots, the density of townhouse buildings on the 908 Williamson property will be greatly increased, more than double the number of housing when compared to the typical single-family residential detached homes in R4. It is obvious to us that this proposed development will dramatically impact our peaceful and quiet enjoyment of our residents in several ways. Do you want me to go on to talk about
Sure.
Okay. First, we expect that having 17 new houses or townhomes immediately beside our lot will dramatically increase the on-street parking on Iredell Street, including immediately in front of our house. In addition, we expect a significant increase in traffic in front of our house and driveway due to the fact that one end of the new road empties onto Iredell in close proximity to our driveway and house. Cars parked on the street will impact the sight lines for us as we back out of our driveway, decreasing safety for us and our family. The increased traffic will particularly affect us negatively, as any persons living in these new 17 dwellings who travel on Iredell will necessarily drive past our house and driveway. Also, this development will dramatically impact our outdoor living areas in terms of visual intrusiveness, noise, lighting issues. Our back patio, where we spend a lot of time, will look directly over this substantial development and new road. Cars using this road will shine their headlights into our patio, sunroom, and living room, taking away privacy and enjoyment of some of the primary places in our home. And there's 2 parking lots, too, alongside that road that are right there by our patio. The increased density and, The increased density and impervious surfaces will impact stormwater flow onto our property. Also, it's hard to imagine this project won't result in more noise from the traffic on the new street and the activities of 17 new dwellings immediately adjacent to us. This will not be an increase in noise, it will be new noise, because presently our street is very peaceful and quiet. It's an incongruous level of density right beside us, and it's going to have a direct negative impact on us. Furthermore, we expect that there will be at least 34 large trash cans and recycling bins on the road every Thursday, all day, possibly into Wednesday night. We are personally familiar with the value of our property. We bought it in 2022 for over $1.6 million. We are certain that this project will negatively affect our property values. It is immediately adjacent to us. We are the next door neighbors. And we expect that a group of 17 townhomes will be incongruous with adjacent residences. In addition, this development will likely decrease the value of our investment because of lack of any kind of transition buffer, any buffer or transition zone. The increased traffic, the on-street parking, the proximity to our driveway, and just the dramatic change in housing density that'll be here. So that is most of my affidavit there.
So, Ms. Bennett, your affidavit is a true and accurate statement then of your opinions.
Yes.
From your personal knowledge of ownership on the property next door of the likely impacts from this project.
Yes.
Those are the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Tatum?
Thank you. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Just a couple of questions. According to the tax records and your affidavit, you and your husband purchased this property on July 15th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it true that you went under contract for that property on May the 9th of 2022?
If you have the records, I assume that's right. I don't remember.
Was it a couple months before, probably, you actually closed?
I'd have to look at my records.
Oh, on 5/17. Oh, okay, sorry, 5/17. It appears my records say that the contract was signed on 5/17. You don't have any reason to dispute that?
I don't have any reason to.
Okay, and then you closed on July 15th, correct?
That sounds right.
Okay.
No, it was in July.
Are you aware that the 908 Williamson Drive subdivision that you're challenging was made possible by a text change by the city known as the Missing Middle 1.0?
Am I aware of that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that that text change is what allows this increased density at this time?
At this time, yes. When we bought the house, nobody had any idea about. When we did our due diligence and research, this was in any kind of record. This property was zoned R4.
Okay. But you are aware that that text change was approved by the city of Raleigh on July 6, 2021, a year before?
I am today aware of that.
Okay. But isn't it true that you knew about this proposed subdivision before you bought your property?
We knew that there was a potential townhome development. That is true. We did know that. We had to weigh that. We knew, though, when we looked it up, that it was zoned R4,
Okay, but
knowing that only a certain number of townhomes could be built there,
okay,
not 17.
but didn't your buyer's agent, Catherine West, actually meet with the developer before you went under contract for your house?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, did you make any kind of inquiry with your real estate agent about what uses might be allowed on the adjacent property before you bought it?
We talked about it, and we thought that 12 townhomes with a transition buffer could be okay.
And you wouldn't have a problem with 12 townhomes?
With a transition area that is not it was to be determined.
Okay. Presumably you had a title search done before you bought your house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And wouldn't that that title search have shown the existing zoning and what was permitted
Objection.
according to that zoning?
Objection to this line of questioning, the relevancy of this, Mr. Chairman.
I will get to the relevancy of it.
I have an objection to the relevancy because it doesn't appear to be any relevancy to this in terms of we're objecting to this because we believe this is an illegal development approval, so that this plan that's presented to you would not be allowed under the current code, which is the standards that were in place when she bought. So we're saying it's an illegal development. So for her she's not a real estate attorney, she's not an appraiser, she has given you her opinion as to its impact. I just don't understand the relevancy of this inquiry.
I can respond. If in fact they purchased the property a year after Missing Middle and after this subdivision was proposed, then presumably the appraisal of the property would have already taken into account any decrease in value or increase in value that resulted as a result of the ability to build these townhomes. So it's our position that whatever they paid for their property already took this possibility into account. So that's where I'm going with that.
And Mr. Chairman, first off, you have to start with the premise there has to be a legal development. Again, we're questioning that this is not a legal development. That's the whole point of why we're here. And so she's asking for a speculation about whether an appraiser should have, back in 2022, taken a look at something that had not been approved and figured out that it is just so highly speculative, this.
Okay, I'm going to, because its objection is noted for the record, so we have a record of that, and your rebuttal is also noted for the record, so you can continue, and this can be grounds at a later time.
Okay, and thank you. And just a reminder to the board, standing doesn't take into account whether something's legal or not. It takes into account only whether the property had an adverse effect on the value of the neighbors.
And I would disagree with that.
May I speak to that?
I would disagree with that statement, Mr. Chairman. We are asserting the illegality. We have made the allegation. We're entitled to that to be viewed in our favor, that this is an illegal development. We then spin from that, what is the impact this development would have on our property values? You heard the prior witness testify that as an expert. She's testifying it from her own personal knowledge as a property owner. This is, again, just a highly speculative venture we're going off.
Well, I'll make that argument ultimately as opposed to a court, but this is the only opportunity I have to ask the question, so if you would just indulge me and let me get through
Continue with your questions.
Okay. Okay. In your affidavit, you have claimed that the secondary effects that you expect will happen after the townhouses are built will cause these negative impacts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that this is a subdivision approval and not an approval to build buildings?
You know, I'm not an expert or an attorney. I'm a neighbor, and when the only thing we can object to is this plan that's been proposed, to me, it seems as though there are going to be 17 buildings. And if we don't object now, when would we ever object?
I think that's a legal question, but, you know, and I'm not going to get into that, but.
But that's the reason we're here.
Okay,
We're
because
trying
you-
to speak up about something that's being proposed to be built next door to our home.
Okay, and it's your understanding that you could not file an appeal when the buildings were authorized? Is that your understanding?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, all right, just real quickly, let's go through your affidavit. In paragraph 6, you say you expect that suddenly having 17 townhomes will dramatically increase the on-street parking on Iredell. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And what facts is that based on?
So if you have 17 units here, they have to park somewhere. Williamson does not allow parking during the day. I think it's 8 to 5, 9 to 5. So the only other street for any parking, overflow parking would be on Iredell. And as was mentioned on the May 8th meeting, the parking expert from the city had never even been to this property to even look at it, to see that that could be a potential problem.
Well, I guess my question is, at this time, you don't know whether there will be sufficient parking on the property itself. I mean, isn't it true that there would be no overflow parking?
Excuse me?
Do you know for a fact there will be overflow parking?
On 908 Williamson, do I know for a fact that there will be overflow parking?
Yes.
I don't know that there will be overflow parking on 908 Williamson.
Okay.
On 908, I do know that there will be on Iredell Drive.
Based on what? I mean, do you have any
Common
facts?
sense.
You just
Common
think
sense.
you think so?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Okay. You just think so. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And you also say you expect an increase in traffic in front of your house. Do you have any evidence that supports that statement that there will? You say you expect, but you don't know for sure. Is that correct?
I'm basing it on my common sense.
Okay. Did you hear the city's traffic engineer, Ann Conlon, testify on May 8th?
I did.
And her testimony was that there would be no traffic then there were single-family homes?
I did hear that, and I was quite surprised.
Okay.
Because she also said she had never even visited this lot.
Okay. You also say that cars parked on the street will impact the sight lines for us as we back out of our driveway. Is that just your personal opinion?
It is opinion and fact that when cars are parked, multiple cars are parked on your street, it's hard to get in and out of your driveway.
Okay, but that's assuming that those cars will be parked there and that they're a result of this particular development, correct?
It would be the result of 17, because there are people living in those 17 townhomes who will probably have visitors. Not fact, but I would think so.
Okay, but those cars could be from someone other than the development, couldn't it?
Sure.
Okay. All right. It also says that it will dramatically impact your outdoor living area in terms of visual entertaining social guests. Is that correct?
We spend a lot of time on our back patio. There is going to be a parking lot and new street that will run alongside that patio and up the remainder of our yard. Yes.
Okay, but it's not there today, is that correct?
It is not, but Fairview Farm Circle is what the whole reason we're here, the proposal, the plan here. So I don't really understand your line of questioning. Doesn't really make sense to me. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess you don't really know what the impact is going to be until it's built and on the ground. Is that correct?
That's a hard question to ask, because that is the most, that's just an interesting question, because you can't build anything until it's proposed, and then I assume it's approved, and then you build it. Do we wait until 17 townhomes are built before we object to it? I don't think so.
Okay, and number 8, you say it is hard to imagine that it will not result in substantial noise from the traffic. Is that correct?
There will be an increased amount of noise and traffic, yes.
Okay, do you have any evidence to support that, or is it just your personal opinion?
It is our personal opinion.
Okay. All right, and number 9, you say, we object there will be at least 34 large trash and recycling waste bins on the street every Thursday. That's another word you expect.
Well, it's, if you live in Raleigh, you're required to have recycling and trash that you take to the street. I think we all do that, everybody in this room.
Okay, but that's what you expect to happen.
Yes, that is what I expect.
Okay, and that wouldn't happen until after the townhomes were approved and built and people were living there, is that correct?
I don't think that a blank lot would have 34 trash cans, no. So I think it would be after it was approved and built.
All right. Just give me a second right here. If you can let me confer with Mr. Burchester.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bennett, Ms. Bennett. Just one question related to the last sentence in paragraph 7 of your affidavit, where it says the increased density impervious surfaces will materially impact stormwater flow into our property. So have you had a chance to review the subdivision plan sheets?
Which sheets would they be, in addition to the drawing? I mean, I've looked at the drawing.
Okay.
Correct.
Right, and so as a part of those plan sheets for the subdivision, there is a stormwater plan, so I didn't know if you had had a chance to take a look at that.
I've probably looked at it in the past, but I would need to refresh my memory.
Okay. Are you aware that the proposed subdivision plan would actually, lower the property so it would be lower than your property?
We haven't seen any drawings of that, so we don't really know that.
Okay. And are you aware that actually all the stormwater from this property is discharged to the south, away from your property?
Objection, Mr. Chairman, and they've made this point.
I'm not a stormwater expert. I don't know.
Michael is testifying to facts, not in evidence. He would have to draw it up as a hypothetical, hypothetically speaking, rather than stating it as if it was a fact.
Mr. Birch, he makes a good point.
Actually, yeah, thank you. So, and we'll get to this in. All right.
And Mr. Birch, just to let you know, your microphone, if you could put it a little closer, please. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Right. So I believe the record on appeal is in evidence already, correct? Yes. Yes. So there is a stormwater impact analysis in the record of appeal. There is also the approved preliminary subdivision plan, which is in the record on appeal, and that includes the stormwater plan. And so I'll ask again if Ms. Bennett is aware that the proposed subdivision plan collects and discharges the stormwater away from her property.
Again, it's easy enough to say something's in the record where you have a non-expert attorney drawing a conclusion about what something says. If he wants to pull out from the record something that backs him up, that would be fine. But he's now stating a fact.
Chairman Swink.
Okay.
Chairman Swink, I may be able to help you. He's asking if she's aware.
Yeah.
She can answer yes or no as to whether or not she's aware of whatever he's saying.
Ooh.
Well, that
was
someone is upset with this line of inquiry.
Okay, so the prompt here is it's asking for awareness, and she did raise the issue by saying that she thought it was going to increase problems on her site. So I think it's a fair question to at least ask if she's aware.
Again,
I'm aware that it looks like there is but you don't know exactly if it's going to run on our property either because it hasn't been built, right?
So I will direct the board's attention to record page 91, which is the grading and drainage plan.
Great, thanks.
And that shows the proposed elevations as well as the stormwater infrastructure proposed on the property. So again, just ask if
I mean, I see what you've handed me. I'm not an expert on grading. And it's hard to say.
Okay.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Okay.
But so would you like to would you like to explain?
No, I was just trying to understand your basis for the
The
statement.
basis is that we are immediately next door to this entire development, and
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Thanks. That's all.
Okay.
That it? Mr. Justice?
Yes. Rebecca, are you aware that with Middle Housing 1, that those changes that Robin mentioned?
The missing middle one?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
the
saying?
missing middle one.
Uh-huh.
Missing middle 1 changes did not do away with and retained the requirement to have a transitional protective yard in a compact development, correct?
Repeat the question.
The missing Middle Housing 1 changes didn't change the fact that a compact development is supposed to have a transitional protective yard. Are you aware of that? Robin was asking about all these questions about, are you aware of the changes and all that? I'm just countering that with her.
Question you may answer. It's been objected to, but you may answer.
So missing middle 1 still allowed for transitional?
That a requirement still for compact development is you have to have a transitional
Yes, that
protective
is what
yard.
I understand.
And you understand that the development approval in question is the approval of a compact subdivision development, right?
Yes.
And, Robin's line of question about, well, is there actually a threat because it doesn't exist? Do you believe there's a threat here?
Yes.
And where is your driveway in relation to the on-street parking issues in the driveway of this development?
You can see it on, I think it's 2A, shows our driveway. I mean, it's on Iredell, so, and right next to the property, 908 Williamson.
And the on-street parking that you spoke of, where is that in relation to that driveway?
All along Iredell on either side of our driveway.
Those are the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any further?
No, sir.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions for Ms. Bennett?
I'm a bit hesitant because I don't know what questions I'm allowed to ask at this point. Can I ask just anything or what's?
Well, ask the question and then we'll let you know.
Okay. Ms. Bennett, if you could discuss with the developer what would be appropriate screening and other, amenities at the new development that you feel would create some protection for you and your other owners, would that help you work toward resolving your issues?
Okay, I'm going to speculate here that while that's a great question, it's not relevant to what we have to be deciding. Mr.
From what I understand,
No, just a
It's
moment,
okay, I'm
please.
sorry.
No.
It's a common sort of question to get asked at a Board of Adjustment, but I believe that you're correct, that it's probably not relevant.
Yeah, I was thinking that at the Board of Adjustment, when we're sort of figuring things out, it's a good question. But here, relative to the sort of legal questions, it doesn't really come into play.
I don't know that it's relevant to the standing question.
Okay. So, try again.
I think it's relevant to the standing question. I think it's relevant to the standing question because, I think it's relevant to the standing question because what we're trying to determine here, if you can prove your damages. Now, you're talking to us about what you think constitutes your damages based upon, as we've discussed, a subdivision plat, because you don't know exactly what's being constructed there and you don't know what's going to happen. So if you had from the developer more of an idea of what's going to happen and how you are going to have screening and there's roadways showing on here, that may or could possibly lessen the idea that you would have damages. And I'm just thinking of this simply as like, how can we settle this and not continue to have prolonged conversations and appeals, et cetera? That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, again, normally at a Board of Adjustment, that might be trying to reach a settlement. That would be the issue. I suspect there's been lots of conversation about potential settlements, so I think we're beyond that. But if you want to answer that.
I'm going to respond a little bit because when I came here May 8th for the first meeting, this is all totally new to me. I was listening, and we're just determining if we even have standing, if I'm correct. Am I correct?
Yes.
And if I don't have standing, and I am the next door neighbor to this property that's in this potential new development, if I don't have standing, my opinion, I don't see how anybody in Raleigh will ever have standing on any matter. It just blows my mind to think that we would not have standing in this issue, that we could at least speak out against it.
Okay. Okay. Not a respond, no, but if you have another question.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you at all.
Yes, go ahead.
The way you have standing, as I understand it, under the law, is if you can show damages.
Right.
And what I'm discussing is we're looking at this kind of in an abstract as to what your damages would be if the buildings were built. So if you had more of an idea of what was being built, that would impact whether you had standing and if you had damages. That's just my point.
Well, so we're basing it based on the one thing we have is the plan that's been submitted and been approved. And to me, that's looks like a plan to me.
To help along this inquiry, the plan shows the approval of a road, correct?
Correct.
And the placement of where this road would be, correct?
Correct.
This approval approves a parking area, correct?
Correct.
And the placement of the parking area, correct?
Yes.
This plan approves what screening, buffering, or transitional protective yard would be required, and there essentially is none, correct? This plan approves where townhouses can be built on lots, correct?
That's my understanding.
It shows where driveway connections are that come out on Iredell and Williamson, correct?
Yes.
There are a lot of things that are now written in stone in terms of what the developer is allowed to do based on this plan. Isn't that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Anything else?
No, we're good.
Okay. Board members, any further questions? Ms. Bennett, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Chairman, just to get an idea of scheduling for the day, I've got two more witnesses. When do you normally break for lunch?
That's a great question. I was just going to raise that one myself. I was going to ask where you are in your situation. We could break now, could sort of a logical time. If you introduce someone else, we don't know how long that could be. If you think it's a 5-minute conversation, great. If not, then it would probably be advised for us to break for lunch now. Does that make sense to you?
I think just through experience of the last couple times we've been here, 5 minutes is a gross
Yeah.
underestimate, but,
Two more standing witnesses, is that what he said?
He's asking, she was asking about the other two you have?
yes, two.
For standing.
Yes.
Okay, withstanding, okay. Okay, then let us adjourn for lunch. I need some guidance. The city's providing us with lunch. How much time should we allot for that? I'm asking both councils to give me their respective request for when we should re-adjourn.
Well, it's
30 from over here?
We have one option of 12:30, Mr. Justice.
Yeah, there's no point of having lunch because we have to go out and break at 1 o'clock.
Okay. 1 o'clock. That's fine. We will see you back here at 1 o'clock. We'll continue at that time. And we are going to allow Mr. Torrey to leave at this point since he is not participating in the case and he had other commitments today. So thank you for being here today. He doesn't have his lunch. It's only fair. See anybody jumping up? side of the table, you have someone else to introduce?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Point of procedure. As you know, we recused Nick Kirtland earlier today. Can I get a sense of whether, as part of this standing context, whether the city's going to offer anybody in rebuttal to Nick Kirkland, so that if that was the case, I need him present back? That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
Okay, any question? Statham?
You mean, am I going to call Mr. Allen back? Is that the question? Hello?
There you go.
There we go. Craig, is that the question? Am I going to call the appraiser back?
Yes.
I don't know yet. We haven't necessarily decided. We might not. So I'm not going to 100% say no at this point. I don't have any intention of doing it, but I can't promise I'm not going to. So.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, Nick is on standby if he needs to come back. So if that call is made, I just need to make a call and have him run over here.
Sure. Good. Thank you.
I'd like to call Danny Stiegel, or yes, Stiegel.
Stiegel. Okay.
We're still on standing, correct?
We're still.
Yes, and I thank you for clarifying. I wouldn't necessarily be done with the witness if we get to the merits, but this is just for the standing component.
Okay, if you introduce your name and your address and your context to the case, then I will swear in the oath.
Yes, my name is Daniel Stiegel. I'm Land Development Manager for the City of Raleigh. Address.
Slowly, I need to catch every single word.
My name is Daniel Stiegel. I'm the Land Development Manager for the City of Raleigh. Address is 1 Exchange Plaza.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Stiegel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Land Development Manager. What does that mean? What do you do?
So in land development, I oversee 3 teams. They perform a map review, site review, such as subdivision review, as well as zoning review, where we issue building permits ranging from restaurants to single-family homes.
So you're the supervisor of those 2 different areas?
3 different areas, yes. Mm-hmm.
So 3, I'm sorry. So zoning, subdivision, and map?
Zoning, site review, and map review.
Is there other aspects of the city, because all those things deal with development approvals?
Yes.
Are there other departments that deal with development approvals besides the one you supervise?
So we have other departments that we work with to perform plan review, but the development approval will come through the plan department.
Like stormwater, for example.
Correct.
Does
We
that
work
go
with them.
through your department, or is that a different department?
Different department.
Okay. So in the record, Mr. Stiegel, we were using, I believe, supplement 19 as the ordinance that would be applicable to this application. Do you understand that to be the case?
I can't remember, sir, to be honest. I'd have to defer to zoning administrators what supplement was applicable.
Okay, so you're not even sure what, in terms of what the city offered up as part of the administrative record, which ordinance supplement was the one offered up?
I'm certain that we were administering missing middle standards for this development project.
When you say missing middle, are you talking about the missing middle 1 ordinance or both, missing middle 1 and missing middle 2?
I believe it was missing middle 1.
For this development, this compact subdivision development, and that's what the approval was for, is for a compact subdivision development, right?
Yes, sir.
The city required that notice be sent by the developer applicant to neighbors, right?
Yes, property owners within 100 feet of the property.
Okay. So where would one find that standard in the code? Do you know it by heart?
I believe chapter 10. Chapter 10.
Let me show you what. Let me get this sticky off. let me show this to Robin and Mike. There's hundreds of pages, and I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, the prior council that I felt like we needed to have a whole copy of the ordinance in the record, because right now there are excerpts, and I just wanted, if we're saying it's supplemental 19, I just wanted a whole copy.
Let us look at this real quick.
Yeah, that's fine, please.
Okay. We did have a complete copy of.
But it said excerpts.
There's a link that incorporates the entire UDO by reference, so it is in the record, although we didn't print it out, it's available. So I assume this is just the same thing printed out?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. I just want to see what you're going to say.
Oh, okay. I was just going to have the witness then turn to that section, so.
Okay, well.
And so we're working off the same file.
Okay. What section? Section 10?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, why don't you check and see if that's the true copy, and
Well, I can't check every page of that. I'm going to have to wait and see which section that you pull
can
up.
I have
okay?
him identify it there, and then I'll show you, but you can look over my shoulder, and that way you can see what page he's identifying. I didn't print 400 pages, for 7, 6, that'd be thousands and thousands of pages. So can I just have him point out in what section? I was just going to use that as a reference point.
Oh, do we not have a copy of this? Oh, this is my copy, right?
No. Oh, I didn't print off one for you. You can take my copy.
Okay, well, I need a copy. So does.
Well, I'm assuming you have a link, which you said that is part of the record, so that
That's not what, that link is not what is in your hand, Mr. Justice. I just want to be looking at what you're looking at, okay?
I understand. It just makes it difficult if we have a link in the record rather than something hard. Anyway, sorry, if you can point in the
Okay,
record. where
just
this-
real quick, I do have an objection. Ms. Hill has told me that this is not the one that's in the record, and it's not the one that was in effect at the time. Is that correct?
This is supplement version 19, and the version of the UDO that was in effect at the time of the approval was supplement version 26, and that's what we have the link to.
So I am completely thrown off because the record says supplement 19. The excerpts are from supplement 19.
One provision, I believe, is, so, but go ahead and ask your questions. A lot of them are the same. I think you can go forward. I'm just trying to figure out, just why don't you ask him the questions, and we'll go from there.
Well, we're going to have to figure out at some point when we can do this offline, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I thought it was 19. Oh. Oh, great. Look at there. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Gall. Which section of the UDO?
I can clarify that right now. Okay. The version of the UDO that was in effect when the application was first submitted is the one that's 19. That was in effect when it was approved is the one that is in the record. There are 26. There are several very tiny changes between those two versions. To the extent there are changes, both are in the record. Does that make sense?
As long as those changes, if those changes are relevant, you will raise that point, I hope.
If they're minor,
They're in the record. You can tell.
I'll have to go and look and compare. Okay. From what I understood the record, the developer was resting on the ordinance in place at the time of application, not a subsequent ordinance at the time of approval. I thought we were, again, I saw multiple references in the record to supplement 19. So if ultimately what we're saying is 26 is just a little bit different than 19, but not materially, then it's really not a, it's not a
I think
big
that's
deal.
where we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, just note that there's a difference, and you may want to point that out at some time. But for now, why don't you proceed with supplement 19, which is where you were working, and we'll see where that takes us.
Yeah, and obviously if in 19 there's something that's different, then I'll depend in part on them to tell me, well, this is different than 26.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Sorry.
So what section of the code require, and the code is something that the city council would adopt, right?
Correct.
The city council being the elected officials of the city, they're the ones who adopted the UDO and any changes to the UDO, right?
Correct.
And so here, the city council adopted a section that required you a developer applicant to send out notice when there is a compact subdivision. And what section are you looking at?
Section 1018.
Okay. Section 1018. And if you would, unless you need to stare at it, what is the standard?
That we send, or public notices are mailed and posted online.
Please speak into the microphone.
Sorry, public notices are mailed.
So when you say public notices are mailed, it's not mailed to every member of the public. Who are they mailed to?
They're mailed to property owners within 100 feet of the property. Within 100 feet of the property.
And would my 3 clients that have appealed the decision, those would be part of that grouping of folks that would have received notice, right?
Likely, yes.
Mr. Stegall, why send out notice, if you know?
I'm not in tune with the intent, but I'd have to defer to our zoning administrator for any interpretations on why.
Well, you are the supervisor of the zoning administration?
Yeah, no.
So you're the supervisor of map, site plan, and zoning, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But is zoning administrator outside of that?
Yes. So we have a zoning administrator that provides us information, interpretations of that nature, and then we implement the code. So essentially, our division implements the code, and then zoning administration, we ask them to do any interpretations when we need to get clarity.
Okay. But you would have to agree that, at least from the city council's perspective, when there's a compact subdivision development, that the city council felt that there was a special class of people who should get special notice whenever such a development approval is being presented, right?
Objection, he can't speculate to city council intent.
It's no different than really, are you aware, and these questions. I'll withdraw the question. All right. There was some, and I know it's not up on the screen now, but the development plan that we were looking at earlier, is there a way to pull that up?
There's a number of pages, I guess, if that might be the page you want.
Okay.
So you were the supervisor of related to this development approval. You're essentially the supervisor, right?
Yes.
Okay. This development approval is for a compact subdivision, right? Now, if you shake your head, the court order doesn't get it.
This development is a compact subdivision, yes.
All right. So this development approval does establish an allowance of the number of lots, correct?
Yes.
So here there are 18 lots, 17 lots of which would be proposed for townhouses, right?
Correct.
Now, the standard for lots, when you deal with a single-family lot, a detached house, or even a duplex, those lot dimensions are different than for a townhouse, right?
Yes.
They're bigger for the lot dimensions per the code for a detached dwelling, single family, or an attached dwelling, right?
They can be.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, could, on these lots as approved, what building would be allowed on these lots per this development approval? It would only be townhouses, right?
Townhouses were approved for this development.
Yeah. Well, you
townhouse lots were approved for this development.
but you couldn't build, with this development approval, you couldn't build a single-family detached house on those lots, right?
I can't say for sure because that's not what we reviewed it for.
You can't say for sure. All right, well, let's go back to the UDO and the section dealing with the size of lots that are required for detached dwellings. You can look in either the conventional section for conventional development or the compact section, and at the end of the day, these lots are so small, they would not meet the standard for building a detached dwelling. That is the question that's hanging out there. If you can indicate why that's not the case, that would be helpful.
So I'm going to flip to the section for townhouses, compact development. And then if you can come back to your question, I appreciate it.
So obviously you approved the building of townhouses on this property with this compact development, right?
We approved development, we approved lots, townhouse lots for this, with this subdivision.
Okay.
We did not approve the buildings.
You allowed a lot to exist that could support a building.
Yes, yes.
A townhouse building.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And in terms of this lot that you approved, these lots, these 17, could they support a single-family detached dwelling at the size that you approved?
Potentially.
All right, show me in the code where that potential is.
You may have the opportunity to do, actually you couldn't, now that I think about it, because for a single family home, each lot would have to front on a road, on public road.
That's one way you couldn't have a detached dwelling through this approval, is you'd have to have the property, each lot would have to front on a public road.
Yes, sir.
That's a private road that's been approved, right?
That's a private drive, yes.
But even, again, going back to lot size, not to let you get away from that, if you look in even the compact standards for detached houses that are in 2.3.2, I believe, of your code, there are minimum lot area requirements that would have to be in place if you had wanted to do a single-family dwelling, and these lots are too small for that, right?
Correct.
These lots are too small for a duplex, correct? That's attached housing. That's the next 2.3.3. The minimum lot size area is 7,500 square feet.
That's correct.
These are much smaller than
yes.
that. So at the end of the day, to answer what this nice board member was asking about, things that are set in stone, these lots that are approved in terms of a building, supporting a building, besides townhouses, building, what could be built on here besides townhouses?
Based on zoning? Or
Based
just
on the size of the lot that y'all approved.
Just townhouses.
All right. And in terms of the road, you approved not only that that is a private road, but you approved its placement, right, in correlation to property boundaries, correct?
Correct.
You approved there's a tree conservation area. There are 2 of those. You approved that, right?
Correct.
You approved, though, where you look at the bottom left-hand corner where the tree conservation area ends, and you work all the way around from the Solix property. And are you familiar with my clients where they are?
No, sir.
But if you start at the south, taking north being the top of the page, the southwest corner of that plan approval is a tree conservation area, right?
Correct.
And so to the north of that is a road and a little bit of sliver of open space. That's what's to the north of that, right? Immediately.
Yes.
So you approved that, right? Meaning you don't see any B1 or B2 vegetative buffer, do you?
Correct. No, I
You
don't.
approved this plan without a vegetative buffer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You approved this plan without, to allow this road to be within a handful of feet of the property line.
That's correct.
So, you approved, of course, there's an amenity area you approved that's in the center of the development, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot of things that are decided at the compact subdivision development stage, right?
That's correct.
And do you understand one of the things that we've appealed is the determination that this qualifies as a compact development when it doesn't have a transitional protective yard?
I understand that, yes.
So, having looked at the code when we were dealing with single-family detached, that with middle housing 1 changes that took place, what didn't change was that for detached or duplexes, that there are still minimum lot requirements, correct?
Correct.
And so were you here in the room when Justin, and you supervised Justin Ramada?
No.
He's outside your department?
No, he's in a same department, different division.
Oh, wow. So you don't supervise Justin because
No.
So he's not part of site plan, map, or zoning?
Correct, he's not.
What is he in?
He's a part of the zoning administrator's office.
Okay. So he does interpretations?
Yes.
Okay. Does Keegan McDonald do interpretations?
No.
Where is she?
He?
Or he, I'm sorry.
He's part of the zoning administrator's office.
So he is part of Justin's group?
Team, yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. So were you here when Justin was saying, so let me be sure I understand. So Justin doesn't even deal with the development approvals of looking at site plans and saying, does it conform to our standards, right? He doesn't implement that. That's something you do.
Correct.
But were you here when he said that he opined, he hypothesized that you could have up to 12, I think he said, houses, single family on this property?
I can't recall that.
You weren't here for that when he was talking about that line of inquiry about how many under conventional, if you followed a conventional approach, how many houses could be on here?
I was at the last meeting, but I can't recall that part.
Okay. But you would have to agree that if you went the route of a single-family houses, that you would have to have minimum lot requirements.
That's correct.
Those minimum lots would have to be laid out on a plan, yes?
Yes.
And as part of that, you would have to make sure that there was a public street that they all fronted.
Correct.
And is there a different standard between a private street and a public street?
I believe so.
More land is required for a public street, right?
I'm not certain. So when it comes to public streets, we have to rely on another department to determine what would be required for constructing a public street.
Okay. But you understand that if you just want to do typical houses, you have to lay out the lots, you got to put in a public road.
Correct.
Is there any common open space that you're supposed to have?
It depends on the development option. Even if it were a single-family dwelling subdivision that was compact, you would still have to provide amenity area and, you have to provide open space.
Okay. So if you weren't here for Justin, he ultimately applied just a site calculation of how many acres there were and then looked at 10,000 square feet for houses and then divided and said, oh, you could have 12. But at the end of the day, what I'm hearing from you is that you have to lay out lots at 10,000 square feet these lots would have their own private yards and they would have to be that size, right? You'd have to lay it out on a map, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you'd have to figure out a way to get roads in and figure out a way to get open space in. And there's a lot of things you have to figure out, that all of which may affect density.
Yes.
Have you been here for the position that the city has taken, that essentially if there's more than one party affected by a development, then no one would have standing? Were you in here when they were making that argument?
I was here at the last meeting, but I don't recall that argument.
And I'll object for the record, that's a legal conclusion.
Well, would you believe, you do development approvals, right?
Correct.
So if a prison or a trucking terminal was planned for an historic area, that would probably gain a lot of attention, right, with that neighborhood,
I
correct?
imagine so, yes. Any neighborhood, I would imagine.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Ms. Tatum, Cross, or Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch? No, sir. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stigall. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to call Jeffrey Brown. And if you just have a moment to organize his stuff, that would be great.
Sure. Once again, if you would give us your name, your address, and I will administer the oath.
My name is Jeffrey Brown. My address is, would you like my home address or my work address?
Whatever you wish to give us.
My work address is 30 Ben Lippin School Road, Asheville, 28806.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Go right ahead, Mr. Justice.
Thank you. Jeffrey, if you would, after introducing yourself, explain what you do for a living and your qualifications.
I'm a consulting civil engineer. I've been in the business this is my 30th year. I design water and sewer collection distribution systems, water and sewer treatment systems. I've worked with developers in land planning. I've worked with numerous municipalities in Western North Carolina and their planning staff in review of developments. I've done a lot of GIS mapping, if you would, design of roadways, stormwater treatment and collection.
So have you been ever tendered as an expert in a tribunal and accepted as an expert?
I have, yes, sir.
Well, roughly how many are we talking about? And I say an expert, I assume in civil engineering.
As an expert in civil engineering, you mean how many courts have I been recognized, or counties?
Well, yeah, in courts, they've been more than a handful, or?
Oh, yeah, it's more than a handful and a half different counties across North Carolina.
Okay. And you are a licensed engineer, right?
I am a licensed engineer, yes, sir. I have I'm a PE, that's what they call it.
So when you say you've worked for municipalities and doing development review, can you break that down a little bit further?
I can. Particularly, I've done a lot of work with the city of Brevard in Transylvania County. Throughout my career, I've worked with review of development such as this. I've worked on technical review committees, assisting the water superintendent, the sewer superintendent. I've worked directly with planning staff, the planning director, their TRC board. They have a little bit different setup than you folks here do, but I've worked with their board that's similar. And then I've made presentations to their council and council meetings and quasi-judicial meetings. I've been doing that since, I don't know, 96, maybe 98, 1998. I've done this in several other communities on and off. I've worked with the city of Rutherfordton, town of Marshall, the town of Lake Lure, the Junaluska Sanitary District in Haywood County. I'm actually, by statute, they're required to have a district engineer, so that's my role there. So I do a lot of review of any development work or projects that occur in their district.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to tender Jeffrey as an expert in civil engineering.
We accept that.
Jeffrey, you have
Can I respond real quick? This is for purposes of standing, correct? Is that we're still on standing, right?
It is. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully, we'll have him come back. So, Jeffrey, you were tasked with reviewing the development plan in question and the development approval in question, right?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. And now, in terms of, in just using your history of working for local governments reviewing development plans, is it fair to say that one of the things you look at is how development may impact off-site properties?
It's a piece of the process, yes, sir.
And did you review this development plan, the one that's on the screen, the one that's being challenged? Did you review that in part for impacts that might occur or are likely to occur to off-site properties?
In part, I did, yes, sir.
All right. And as part of your research and analysis, did you prepare a written statement under oath?
I did, yes, sir.
And do you have I believe you have a copy of that in front of you. But I'll bring you this one. We can mark this one as the original. Is this a copy of, a true and accurate copy of your written statement under oath and report?
It is, yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce this as, I believe, Exhibit 4. Oh, I'm sorry, 3.
3.
Yes, it is 3, my fault.
Copy for Ms. Tatum.
I was going to introduce the supplement 19, but I figure I need to go ahead and go through the potential differences, and we'll do that later. But I'd like to tender this as Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Chairman, did everybody get a copy?
Yes, sir.
Is it time for me to object to this yet, or I would like to object to it. This is going 100% to the merits of whether this was properly approved or not, and we're just not there yet. But I guess if you want to go through whether or not the subdivision was properly approved at the standing level, I guess we can do that now. But this basically says, you know, it didn't meet the standards, which is what is the merits of the appeal.
So as part of, just to fast forward this, try to expedite a little bit, as part of this affidavit, Mr. Brown, you have a copy of the affidavit in front of you?
I do, yes, sir.
So in paragraph 4.
So just before, so to your objection, do you think this is not part of this case, but a later part?
Well, basically, he says that it's his opinion that this approval did not comply with the Raleigh UDO.
Okay.
So if that's the truth, then, you know, that's the merits. And what he then says is because it did not comply with the UDO, therefore it will damage properties next door. Yes, we think this is the cart before the horse, and whether or not UDO was violated or not doesn't have anything to do with standing. So, but it's up to the board if we want to go through, you know, whether or not the UDO was violated right now.
So,
Mr. Justice, you'll address
I'm not
that?
doing that. She's mistaken my horse and my cart.
Okay.
This does have merits in it. I'm not going to focus on that. I'm not going to ask him questions about that. I am going to offer similar to what Mr. Kirkland did in terms of an analysis of property impact.
Okay.
I'm going to have him go through, I think she called, Robin referred to it as the side effects to Ms. Bennett. We're going to talk about side effects of this development in terms of impact from a civil engineer perspective. And that is essentially paragraph 4 of this affidavit, which I guess Robin hadn't yet got to in terms of reading. If you would,
to it, Craig. I mentioned it specifically.
it is dealing with impacts. Did you do an analysis of the question of whether or not this development that's been approved and being challenged would have a negative impact on off-site properties?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And is paragraph 4 ultimately your conclusion that's on the first page of your affidavit?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And if you would, just go ahead and read that.
Read paragraph 4 in its
Yes,
entirety?
yes.
Certainly. Based on my over 28 years of training, education, and experience in civil engineering, including unaccountable number of times I have reviewed governmental development standards in relation to commercial and residential development project designs. And in consideration of the affidavits of Marvin and Rebecca Bennett and John and Samantha Solik, it is my opinion that the project identified as 908 Williamson Drive, Townhouse, Compact, Subdivision, and approved by the City of Raleigh will negatively and uniquely impact the adjoining properties of Marvin and Rebecca Bennett and John and Samantha Solik.
And I'll object again to that opinion. He's not qualified to testify about standing and impact to value. And just keep going. I'm just putting it for the record.
And quickly, the Mangum versus City of Raleigh case is an objection that she just made was rejected ultimately by our Supreme Court. But I will continue on. Within the body of this report that's attached to the affidavit, you do have pages that are dedicated to this question of impacts, right?
I do, yes, sir.
And what page can you direct this board to look at that will then frame in the questions that we can talk about?
Well, there's a couple. There's several items. Would you like a starting point? Would you like to talk with?
Why don't we start with the part of the
stormwater?
report that's titled negative impacts?
Okay. That is on page 8 of the PER.
PER is what?
It's a preliminary engineering report.
Mr. Chairman, if you could just scan the board and let me know that everybody's on the same page.
I'm sorry, could you give me a little help narrow down
Page
somewhere in
8.
this document where I
It's
might
page 8.
find that?
Page 8.
I understand page 8, but all the pages are not
If you just
numbered.
go, starting at the
Start the
PER.
front, sir. And when you get to my cover page of my report, then it will be page 8.
I'm with you, everybody else?
Yep, got it.
It's item 4 on page 8.
Thank you.
So the negative impacts, without just reading this entire paragraph, but in summary, is that based upon my review, I reviewed the plans, I reviewed comments from city staff to the developer, and I reviewed developers' comments back. I've read both the affidavits from the Bennettts and the Soliks. My experience as a civil engineer, particularly in, I'm kind of a double-edged sword here, quite honestly, because I've done a lot of development design, and I've also sat on their side of the equation of the review of the engineers. So it's a unique perspective that I bring to the table when I do this type of work. And so based on that experience, which is designing and permitting the developments, as well as the review and permitting with the municipalities, planning boards, planning staffs, my opinion is that the negative impacts on the Bennett and Soliks are, these I will read, there will be increased noise into the Bennett and Solik properties. There will be increased stormwater runoff, particularly onto the Bennett parcel. There will be increased light pollution into the Bennett and Solik properties. And the view shed, which is a planning term, both in and out of the Bennett and Solik properties, will change. The view in will be less private, and the view out, looking into a roadway back into the dense townhomes. That's very clear from the documents I have reviewed.
So Jeffrey, let's break down each one of those.
Okay.
And provide a factual support for the statements that you've made here on this page. Let's start with, there will be increased noise into the Bennett and Solik properties. If you could describe to the board some of the factual bases for that observation.
Well, the factual basis, and you could reference this plan sheet that's up here, as you traverse the road, the private road into the property, there is no transitional protective yard, buffer, whatever you like to call it. There's no treescaping through there. The roadway does come within the roadway itself comes within 10 and 5 feet on either property with no buffering. So right out of the gate, you've got car noise, increased car noise. It's just there, it's a fact. You've got just more people noise. That's a fact. But the caveat there is that there is no buffering. And even the wall that's designed here, it's just a little stem wall. It's not but 3 feet tall. That's not any type of noise abatement type wall. There's no grading that would, they talk about in the buffering section. They also reference, particularly you create earthen mounds to buffer. Well, there's none of that. So we're just going to get noise.
All right, move on to the stormwater.
The stormwater, and I believe it was discussed earlier, but I don't believe the stormwater, particularly on the Bennett side, and if you actually read contours, which I've been reading contours a long time. My father was also a civil engineer and a licensed surveyor. So I grew up being involved in projects, and at any rate, if you read the contours, all the water and the grading work that's done on the, particular to the Bennett's first, that grading work, the backside of the wall, as you move to the east along their common property lines, that water then sheds onto the Bennett's. And then in the parking area, which is in the northeast area, I believe if you look at that plan sheet, there's a little leader that says LT over 2. It's in that little region. Those contours actually hit a low point, cut through the tree save area, and drain into a natural drainage way that runs into their property.
So you have reviewed the developer's stormwater management plans that are component of this development approval?
I reviewed the design manual and the plan sheets, yes, sir.
And you have included things in this report of yours where you demonstrate flow of water, right?
I have, yes, sir.
Is there an easy way? I wish we held an elbow or an Elmo. Is there an easy way to identify that sheet?
It's in Exhibit L.1.
So it's easier if you start at the back, maybe, and work from the back forward.
For reference, for the board here, if you'll look at the lower corner on my plain white sheets, that is the exhibit number. And it's the first plan sheet just past the exhibit page.
What was the exhibit number again?
L.1.
Just to object for the record, they're reading off of version 20 of the UDO, which is neither one of the ones from before. But that's just for the record.
So, Mr. Chairman, this, if she's saying that in terms of saying there's any material difference, then I would understand why she would be bringing it up. Again,
I'm preserving the objection, that's all.
We were informed that it was supplement 19 from just looking at the record. A development applicant gets to pick what rules in place at the time of application, or can say, I don't want those rules, I want different rules. Ultimately, there's supposed to be one rule book. So if there is going to be objection, Robin, to the supplement, let us know as soon as we can so we can look at it and see if there's really any material difference.
Okay, I'm not saying we should go forward. I don't have time to compare them word for word at this time.
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
That's because my mic's not working. I do not have time to compare them side by side, so I'm just trying to preserve the objection so we can move on. Just withdraw the objection. We just need to get moving. So,
Mr. Chairman, can you tell if everybody's on the same page with Exhibit L1?
I believe we are.
Okay. So go ahead, describe what that page is demonstrating.
So that is the plan. I used the grading plan sheet CE-4.0. That is the developer's plan sheet. And the blue arrows traces the flow path of the water when it rains across the property. And what you will note, and I'll start on the, and I find this fascinating actually, if you start at the upper, which would be the northwest corner or parking lot, and you follow the western edge of the water that runs down the road towards Williamson and then across the field, that actually all of that has been great. The grading plan actually creates just a sheet flow runoff towards Williamson Drive. There's no indication that grading plan is actually carrying water to their one stormwater inlet that I could find to date in the plan sheet, which is dead center of the third circle, a little pathway. They've got a couple inlets in through that middle area. But with sheet flow, it's just going to, most of it's going to flash across it towards Williamson. And then as you move to the northern Bennett property, what you see is, and you'll see the arrows, the water actually, the way it's graded, the water actually will come off that end of that wall, and there's a natural low point that flows into the Bennett property. It's a location of a flow split. It's not all of it's going to go there, but certainly when they grade that out, you're going to have more than what's going there now. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, so let's move on to the next negative impact that's referenced here in the exhibit, in your report, excuse me. Page 8. Yeah. This is dealing with light pollution. Light pollution, L-I-G-H-T, pollution.
Well, light pollution that's just based upon my experience. Not only have I reviewed plans, designed plans, my company we have a construction administration component. We actually oversee projects that are constructed. I've been on numerous project sites, and when you come in and you're going to put dense communities, it's just a function of what happens. I've done these jobs in West Asheville. We've got a lot of infill jobs in older areas in West Asheville, and you just deal with light. You're going to create more light. The trick here is the impact on our adjoining parcels is that, again, without the benefit of either a larger lot or some transitional or a buffer area, there's nothing to help filter out the light you've created.
So, for example, when you look at the configuration of the lots and how people are going to be getting in and out of those lots with vehicles, is that an example of things that create light? Is vehicles? Vehicles,
front door lights. Some of this is a little bit silent because I don't have what a building is going to look like out here. I just know that there is a townhouse. So how many stories, how many lights people leave their lights on, or our street lights, the number of cars coming and going. I mean, you create a lot of light impact that leaves your development. That's the view shed analysis. And then it enters into the adjoining property. That's the whole point of dense development, and I've seen it all over. But there's usually a component of some buffering, unless it's already in a dense urban development.
And in terms of the buffering for this project, you're not seeing it? For the Solids and the Bennetts?
No, sir.
All right, and then the last point you make about the view shed, if you would just expound upon that.
Well, again, a view shed component, you look at several pieces at the planning stage. You can look at the grading plan, which I did. I looked at this wall structure. What does it really look like? You look at what the land clearing is going to occur, how many trees are removed, how many are put back, what location they're replaced. There's very few trees that are getting placed on this property, particularly both to the west and north as you pass the tree save areas. They're indicating maybe 4 trees, I believe, but there's 2 parking areas, and it's mainly roadway.
So does your report include sort of the tree coverage that's out there currently?
I think the current sheet, I can't recall. I know I have this. I actually have this same landscape I have this LA1 in there. I don't know if I have the tree removal plan, Mr. Justice, in this report.
Well, if you would, just describe to the board, looking at the plan that's on the screen now, just what's out there today in terms of foliage. Explain what's out there today, and then explain what is being proposed for the development of what they're going to leave.
Well, what's out there today, if you're specifically on the adjoining the Bennett property to the north, you do have the tree save area, and you have trees and shrubs that run along that property line, but you have a lot of internal trees that are located approximately between lots 11 to the front, maybe lot 16. That's one big tree area. The same is for the development along Williamson Drive. The tree save area, there's an existing driveway that runs up behind the house, and then maybe lots through their plan, lots 1, 2, and 3, that's a massive tree area. So they're losing a lot of the trees that now reside on either side of that existing house that sits on the hill.
All right. In terms of just impacts, not getting into the merits of the city's decision, do you have anything else you want to offer up in terms of impacts that we haven't covered?
Well, did we cover the noise question?
Yes, that was
okay.
the first thing.
I apologize. Wanted to make sure. I think to me the key impacts are going to be you do have noise and you do have a traffic. I mean, there's more traffic. You do developments, you get more traffic. I mean, it doesn't take a civil engineer. I do a lot of work in the transportation industry, but it's a lot of. Everyone's a transportation engineer because we all drive cars. So it doesn't take much for us to realize if I'm going to put 17 new homes out there, even if you only average 1.5 cars per home, you're going to have new traffic. So that's noise, that's light. That was one of the just make sure we mentioned the traffic piece.
So you were here for the testimony of Justin Ramada and the city's witness that talked about traffic, and you've done an analysis of, because they were opining that you could get a dozen houses on this property, or a hypothetical of a dozen houses. Did you look at that
Objection,
scenario?
that was not the number, but it was 9, so.
All right, 9. So did you do an analysis of that, of whether that number is really accurate?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, and what is your opinion about that?
Well, when you really take into the account, you really have a small lot. I mean, it's 2.4 acres, and if you're going to put a roadway into it, and you have to have a big piece of that is you have to have emergency vehicles turn around. So you have options of cul-de-sacs, a T turnaround where a fire truck can maybe do a U-turn. So by the time you put a large road in there and you meet the minimum conventional lots, you're only down to, I got 7 lots with a reserve lot for stormwater, so you have 6 buildable lots with what's left.
So in your report, you do cover that topic where you've laid out a plan where you actually have the lot dimensions laid out. You've put in a road that would have to be, you heard the gentleman before, would have to be to public road standards, and the other things that would be required, just a general layout in here, in you're showing at most 6 buildable sites plus a stormwater area.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Those are the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Statham, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, have you ever done any work in the city of Raleigh? Any development work?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Have you ever submitted, so you've never designed any kind of project that would be designed under the Raleigh UDO, is that correct?
Specifically under the Raleigh UDO, that's correct.
Okay. So your opinion is based on your knowledge and experience as an engineer in Western North Carolina and not the city of Raleigh, is that correct?
My experience is based upon working with, yes ma'am, several municipalities and their UDOs, I mean several UDOs, and the work is beyond Western North Carolina. I've worked as far as Wilmington, North Carolina.
Okay.
I've actually worked with the federal government and the Navy in reviewing of their development plans, so I'm very familiar with UDOs, ordinances, and regulations.
But not, this is your first experience with this UDO, is that correct?
My first experience with this particular UDO, yes ma'am.
Okay, and so did you consult with anybody on the Raleigh City staff about how they interpret the UDO before you came to your conclusions?
That would have been a little improper, so I did not, no ma'am.
Okay. Just quick, you know that the approval on appeal is a subdivision plat and a subdivision plat only, correct?
That's what I understand, yes ma'am.
Okay. There are no buildings that appear on this plat, are there?
Building footprints, and I believe that was testified shortly ago, and that footprint is for a town home, yes ma'am.
A footprint or a lot?
Lot size.
They're lot sizes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but this particular approval does not do anything that would allow any construction whatsoever to begin. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm not very certain. I actually went by there today, and they've already laid out the tree conservation barriers around the tree. So somebody started something, which is baffling to me.
Okay, but do you know whether it was done pursuant to this approval or something else?
Well, I believe it was this approval because there was a big sign with the label on it that referenced this particular project.
Okay. But subdivisions plats do not authorize construction. Is that correct?
I don't know, and that's
Okay.
a nuance in Raleigh. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but your opinion is solely based on what the impacts would be after construction is completed and people have moved in. Is that right?
That's how the process works in every jurisdiction I have submitted or aided in review in. You can't go back and review a building once it's built. The process always talks about reviewing it before it's constructed.
But that would be when there was a permit to build, not when there was a permit to subdivide, correct?
Well, no, I think if you're getting very nuanced on the building permit itself, I understand that. But this step here still includes the tools and the mechanisms to approve what type of development you're going to do, whether it's townhomes, whether it's just small detached homes, or if it's very compact, dense type development. So that's when you review the impacts of it.
Okay, let me ask you another question. I mean, you have a lot of experience, so you understand that once you get a subdivision approved, generally you record that subdivision. Is that correct?
The surveyor will, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and once that's done, that subdivision could sit there for a year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, and never have anything built on it. Isn't that correct?
That's a what if I don't know an answer to. It just depends what that developer wants to do with that subdivision.
But
Who's
aren't
got
there
approved.
subdivisions in the city of Asheville that have been subdivided for many years and nobody's ever built them out?
Some of them in Buncombe County, they go back and pull the permits on it.
Mr. Chairman, just so the record is clear, this is a general objection line of questioning kind of thing, just so there's no doubt. They wouldn't agree to a continuance of a month for a reason. So something is pending out there. So this line of questioning, again, is completely irrelevant and misleading.
Okay, I'm just going to go, I want to go quickly here, but you said there will be increased noise onto the Bennick and Solick properties. That noise would not be created by the approval of the plat alone, correct?
Yeah, but you have to look at this as a bigger picture. That's a really, and as an expert, I can tell you, I understand your question, but you're totally throwing out the obvious. And when you do the analysis, and you go on paper, oh, it's only 17 lots, but the analysis from myself, as an engineer, a licensed engineer, is saying, okay, what are they really creating? I can look at the grading plan and tell you what they're creating. I don't have to wait for them to go grade it to decide whether there's going to be noise or not.
Well, you do, because if they never build anything, there'll never be any noise, will there?
No, but we're at the point of which you're going to say it's okay to create noise. That's what you're doing if you approve that.
All right. Okay. All right. So, but you will admit that the impacts will not occur until the buildings are built and occupied. Is that correct?
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So okay. So empty land subdivided into lots causes noise?
Well, your question was directly to a building, but you've got a lot of steps to do before you ever put a building up. You've got to clear cut and mass grade and put all the utilities in prior to any of the buildings. So you've created noise out of the gate.
Oh, construction noise.
That's correct.
Okay,
Which this plan is a construction plan. I mean, the grading plan is a construction grading plan.
Okay. Just one more and I'll be done.
Thank
but
you.
wouldn't you have the same kind of construction noise for single-family homes, even if it was just 6, like you contend?
You do not have, and that's a good question. I just got done designing, permitting a 20-acre and 15-acre tract adjoining in Henderson County, and those mass grading projects make a lot of noise. The small homes, if you come in one at a time, you have noise, but you don't have the mass grading noise. No, you don't have anything near it. And that's common sense. We all can drive down the road and you see a road construction company, they make a lot of noise. More than a house framer.
I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch, anything from you?
No, not for
Okay.
I just have a couple of follow-ups. Jeffrey, you may not be familiar with having to have a client go through the development process in Raleigh, but you are a North Carolina licensed engineer, correct?
I'm licensed my firm's licensed in North Carolina. I'm licensed in North Carolina and South Carolina. Yes, sir.
And in terms of your opinion, in paragraph 4, which was your conclusion of the affidavit, you speak to negative impacts. You also speak to the Bennetts and the Solicks being uniquely impacted. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Well, they're uniquely because in terms of conversations I would have with the planning staff, if you would, town Brevard that I help, you look at that first customer, the neighbor, he's right there. He's going to take the brunt. It happens. It's just what happens in development work. And so when you look at specifically high density or commercial, we had a lot of commercial development go on in Brevard that was abutting some old residential communities. A lot of care was taken at that friction point between the two types of developments.
This poster board that I'm showing to you right now, this is from section 1.4.2 of the supplement 19 of the UDO. Is that right?
Yes, sir, 19.
All right. So this is an R4 zoning district, right, in question?
That's correct.
Townhouses are generally not allowed, according to this table, in R4, right? A conventional townhouse development's not allowed.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
use table, that's a building type table, and he's getting to the merits again. And it's, if we want to do the merits now, let's do the merits now, but that's what we're doing.
Mr. Chairman, I've, most of today, in terms of rebuttal questions, has been, there's no building. This doesn't authorize a building. How do you know there's a building? And those questions, I'm just asking kind of a common sense question about their own ordinance, about that line of questioning that she has repeatedly said.
My line of question is what this approval approved, not what not use is allowed on the property.
And that's what I'm getting at. This is building types allowed by district. Yes?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
The townhome building type in R4 is only allowed as part of a approved compact, conservation, or cottage court development. Yes?
That's correct.
So the only way this townhouse building, a building of a townhouse is approved in this district of R4 would be they'd have to get an approved compact development, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And that's what we're challenging, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, bring it to the table. Mr. Rainey?
Yeah, Mr. Brown, one quick question. You were asked some questions by the city attorney or the attorney for the city regarding whether any of these negative impacts would be seen before buildings were finally constructed and residents moved in. Do you recall that?
I do, yes, sir.
My question is specific to the drainage impact. The drainage impact would occur as soon as any of the grading work is done. Is that right?
I would suggest to you that the grading impact will occur at the demolition stage when they remove the existing home, existing driveways, and existing vegetation before they even start grading.
Okay, and that's specific to which parcels? Is that the Bennett parcel and the one closer to Iredale Drive? Which is that?
The one that would be impacted immediately?
Yeah.
Well, I can say that when they start removing the trees, more than likely it's going to be the Bennett side because their contours on the map do chase. I say the word chase. They have a natural. It comes into that existing 908 parcel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're saying it would happen at the demolition stage, even though the city's sedimentation and erosion control standards would be applied, and there would be silt fencing and such as that, so there would still be an impact?
They would, and there would be in the demolition plans, in the initial erosion control plans, should address that. But in terms of does runoff and noise start before a building goes up? The question there, the answer to that was yes, there is.
Okay, that's fine. We were talking about
Thank you.
The water at the time. In the item you provided us, I think it was L1, you're showing the drainage flows, and you have one area that does flow to the northeast towards the Bennett property. And you said there's a sort of a natural low area that most of the areas are flowing away from there, but there's one that's flowing into their property. So I'm not sure I understand the magnitude of that. I don't know if you can speak to the magnitude of that in a 1-inch storm, or a follow-up to that is, as a civil engineer, how would you grade it differently so that wasn't a problem? So first part is, can you suggest the magnitude of that single flow area towards their property?
I cannot, I did not run a calculation to the magnitude, and when I reviewed the stormwater manual as provided to me, which discusses the magnitude in flow numbers, that particular manual, best that I can recall at this time, made a pretty profound statement that 100% of the flow was being captured. That's just not true. But I did not do a stormwater analysis, a technical one for this at this time.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious. I'm trying to get a gauge magnitude. And then secondly, the follow-up question is, as a civil engineer, having looked at this, are there some techniques that could be applied that could either modify or maybe mitigate this completely on site? Anything that you would suggest? I'm curious from a technical perspective how this could be resolved.
The answer to your question is yes. It probably is a more complicated answer than you want to listen to me talk. And I've thought about it. In this particular project, because of the structure and location of the wall, if you would, and the drive itself, personally, the city of Raleigh should have paid a lot more attention because they're getting a lot of water that's not running through a storm system if you just look at the stormwater plan. But so to answer your question, yes, there's tools to do that. And some could be just some corrections in the grading plan.
Right.
And maybe a better stormwater devices in the roadway itself.
Super. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank
Mr.
you.
Ryan, I appreciate it. Anything else from anyone?
Mr. Chairman, you based on that question, one means of mitigating stormwater flow would be to create a buffer transition area of landscaping vegetation to buffer runoff, right?
That's correct. That goes to my answer to your question. What happens when do we start generating stormwater? Well, right out of the gate, as soon as we start doing demo work, we cut trees down, we change to natural trees and grass, bushes and shrubs. They love the water, so they aid in capturing that water. Answer your question is yes, that would help aid in the flow off-site is a buffering.
Okay. Anything else from anyone? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that's our witnesses for standing.
Okay. So.
And just as a point of order, it's in the record, and we can have a discussion about this. I just don't want to surprise anybody, but as you heard of Jeffrey, as part of his review, he considered the affidavits from the Bennett's and the Solicks. They are included in the report, which you've already entered into the record.
Okay.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. Well, in terms of where.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Burtz.
He just said the affidavit, the Solicks affidavit is now in the record. We have objected to the admission of the Solicks affidavit. They are not here for cross-examination.
So, since I found out they would object to that.
Microphone, please.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. There's a case directly on point in North Carolina. It's a case of Whiteco Outdoor Advertising versus Johnson County Board of Adjustment. In that case, there was an expert who relied on affidavits from others to formulate opinions. And the objection was, well, that person that signed that, and in fact, it wasn't even an affidavit. It was a written statement that they relied on saying that, well, that's hearsay. You can't admit it. And the court said, nope, if it's included as part of the report of the expert that's here, then they can ask questions of the expert about it, but it's otherwise admissible.
And I would object to that. They can't get an affidavit that's not been cross-examined, been subject to cross-examine in the record by someone who didn't even write it. So we'll just renew our objection. I mean, if he wants to put it in for purposes of preserving it for appeal, but I would ask that the board not consider the testimony of someone we've not been able to cross.
Mr. Gallup.
Chair Swink, I think that the way to look at this is to separate these things. An expert can rely on whatever he relies on, and they have their assumptions and their bases, and they have to put them in their report, and they have to tell you about them, and they have to be open to cross-examine about them. But I think the board needs to separate in its deliberations and thought process the Solicks affidavit from using it to support impacts to the Solicks for standing versus using it as the assumptions upon which the expert based his opinion. I think it comes in as part of this expert report, but I don't think it has ever been sought to be admitted for the actual statements that are included in it, because there was an objection, and it has never been presented prior to this by Mr. Justice. And I believe that he would have, and I seem to think he has acknowledged that there is a hearsay problem not having his clients here to be cross-examined about that.
There's a little bit of a fine line, and at the end of the day, this report, their statement is part of the record. The way you want to then try to compartmentalize it, I guess, is what we're talking about. At the end of the day, this written statement that was part of this case was made part of the record, and it was relied upon by the expert. The party who gave the written statement wasn't there. There was an objection that that person wasn't in the room, and they said ultimately it was admissible. It was allowed to be part of the record. So I guess we can get a little hyper-technical. At the end of the day, I am offering the Solex written statement into the record. Now, it is part of the testimony of this engineer, but it goes along with the procedural thing that their written statement of standing, I don't think ultimately should be something this body doesn't look at or consider.
Mr. Justice, I think there's a difference between offering the expert's analysis and what his assumptions were and offering it for that purpose, and the difference between offering it for the truth of the matter asserted in the affidavit itself. Experts, as we've seen in multiple of these cases today, have relied on assumptions that they make about the future, and that's what experts do in developing their opinions, but that doesn't mean that the affidavit is admissible for the truth of the facts stated in that affidavit. And so, Chair Swink, I would recommend that you admit the expert's report as you have done, including the affidavit, but that you uphold the objection of the city to the affidavit as admission for truth of the matters asserted in the affidavit.
Thank you for your guidance, and that's how I will choose to act on these items.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just one point. The rules of evidence, and the Whitecoat case even says that, the rules of evidence is not binding on this body. At the end of the day, hearsay evidence can be allowed in if it's corroborated by other evidence. What you heard from this witness, it was to walk through the very impacts that the Bennett's and the Solex are complaining about. So what they are saying has been corroborated. So it is an incorrect statement that this body cannot consider hearsay evidence. You can consider it if there's corroborating, supporting information. Thank you.
I would like to state that with Mr. Brown's testimony, I never heard the Solex name mentioned. It was always about the impact on the Bennett's. So until you said you're including their testimony, I didn't know that was part of this discussion. I don't know that we might have asked Mr. Brown different questions. It may be that we would if he introduced any conversation about the Solex. He was talking about impacts, and what I heard was specifically
for the stormwater. For the stormwater was the Bennett's, but he actually read paragraph 4 of the affidavit that said, upon consideration of the affidavits.
My mistake. Thank you.
And
My mistake.
Even the negative impact statement section, he was talking about both properties.
And
there's a lot of information here. I apologize that that part got by me, but thank you for clarifying.
And Mr. Chair, that's separate, the expert's opinion is separate, independent evidence of impacts if it's allowable. And it can be based on the assumptions that are not admissible otherwise. But I think the difference is that what I was getting at is that the affidavit itself cannot be admitted for the truth of the matters asserted in the affidavit. And Mr. Justice has said that the rules don't apply, but what the statute actually says is if there's no objection, there's been an objection, and I would say that you have to uphold that objection on the issuance of the truth of the matters asserted in the affidavit. I think it still comes in. It's going to be in the record. Whatever court gets to read it. I've seen plenty of courts. They don't care what it is. If it's in front of them, they read it and they make their decisions on it. But I think that's an important distinction that the board should make.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Birch.
Mr. Chair, I didn't know if, when you were asking if we were done on this, I didn't know if you were asking if we had any rebuttal witnesses.
Actually, I was just referring to Mr. Brown's testimony. However, I think we are, I wanted to be sure the board had a chance if they had any questions. And hearing none, then I think we are ready for rebuttal. So,
Can we get just a clarification, because this was the moment of time about Nick Kirkling, if they were going to offer up Mr. Allen again, that I need to call him and get him runner over here?
No, we are not.
Okay, thank you.
answer is no.
Great. So thank you, Mr. Chair. This time I would like to call Mr. Jason Meadows.
Yes, ma'am. One moment, please. We're opening a fresh file. Okay, Mr. Birch.
Good afternoon. Jason Meadows, RDU Consulting PLLC. Yep, RDU Consulting PLLC. Address is 910 Tryon Hill Drive, Suite 100, Raleigh.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Great. And Jason, did you prepare the preliminary subdivision plan at issue here?
Yes, sir. The subdivision plans were prepared under my supervision.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about your education and professional experience and accreditations?
Sure. Bachelor's of Science from NC State University in Civil Engineering. I've been practicing civil engineering since 2005. I've been licensed engineer for about 5 years shorter than that. So predominantly focused in the Raleigh market, predominantly worked under the UDO since its adoption, and that's what this case was presented or prepared under.
Great. So,
Just really quickly, neither of your microphones are working.
Okay, I gotcha.
okay. Is that better? Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to tender Mr. Meadows as an expert in civil engineering. And so, Mr. Meadows, a couple of questions before we get to Mr. Brown's, this relates to Mr. Brown's testimony, but so what has been submitted and approved is a preliminary subdivision plan under the Raleigh UDO, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, does approval of this preliminary subdivision plan authorize any construction activity?
It does not.
Does approval of a preliminary subdivision plan authorize any demolition?
No, it does not.
I believe Mr. Brown had mentioned that maybe you don't have to mass grade for a single-family subdivision. Is there any prohibition on mass grading for a single-family subdivision?
No, there is not.
Great. And then you also heard Mr. Brown reference an exhibit in his affidavit, the one that the board has been looking at with the blue lines that shows the drainage. And you heard his opinions on how the water would flow. If you could give the board your opinion in response to that testimony.
Sure. In general, the provided exhibit is relatively accurate as you follow the flow arrows. I believe as part of the testimony, it was indicated that the flow would indeed be perpendicular to the contours. That's how water flows generally down the most direct downhill path. There is one error that I think is driving a lot of the testimony regarding runoff onto the Bennett property as well as the Stolik property. It appears that there is an assumption at the point directly adjacent to the Bennett tract that there is a swale, if you will, a ditch. However, that is a ridge shown on this plan, which would direct water more to our site, our side of the site, as opposed to the Bennett site. So as presented in the low point that I believe was mentioned, that is generally not accurate. If it's a technical thing to try to explain in this setting, but when you do have a swale, it is correct that the flow arrow would follow the middle of the swale. So you'll see a V shape on the plan, on the contours. However, that is not a swale, that's a ridge. So in general, the 908 Williamson property is significantly lower than the Bennett property in question. The house, for example, the existing house on the property is, perhaps 5 feet or so lower than the Bennett property. And I wouldn't expect that during any construction activities that it would be manipulated such that we would create additional runoff onto the Bennett property itself. The wall in question, generally around the northern and then western portions of this site, is set generally 1 foot lower than the grades at the property line. Therefore, it's not likely that we would have either construction runoff or post-construction runoff onto the Bennett property. I could be unorthodox, but I could sit with the opposing engineer and we could look at this very quickly and probably come to the same conclusion, that there is just an error showing this potential runoff, Chairman, that you were interested in running back onto the Bennett site. I don't believe that to be accurate. With regards to additional drainage and additional runoff, both, I think Mr. Justice and his expert opined that there's too much runoff into Williamson Drive. There are stipulations in the code that do allow for that. We are compliant with runoff and quality and quantity controls as required by the UDO.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. So just to clarify kind of everything you said, it's your opinion that the exhibit provided as part of Mr. Brown's affidavit and his testimony that there would be increased stormwater runoff onto the Bennett's property, your opinion is that's incorrect?
That's accurate. That's correct.
Okay. No other questions from Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Justice?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have a few questions, and I do think it's some point if we could go offline and take him up on his invitation and then reconvene. But I'll go through my questions, and then if you don't mind entertaining a little break so we can resolve that. So this approval, Mr. Meadows, as part of this approval, the City of Raleigh has authorized this developer to not have to put in a transitional protective yard, right?
That's correct.
So there's no B1 or B2 buffer that is part of this plan, right?
That's accurate, correct.
Mr. Chairman, I would just object as to scope of the rebuttal. Our rebuttal was limited to stormwater.
The first question he said, the very first question was, what does this plan authorize me to do? What does this plan authorize my client? This is the same line of questioning, it's just a preliminary and there's other plans, which means we will never be able to object to anything ever because there's multiple approvals. I'm just trying to, since he asked that question, I'm asking what this plan actually allows the developer to do.
Okay.
Okay, as long as that question's limited to what this preliminary subdivision plan is authorizing.
To repeat, this plan authorized the developer not to have to put in a transitional protective yard, correct?
That's correct.
This plan authorizes building sites for 17 townhomes.
That's correct.
This plan authorizes a private road.
Yes, sir, it does.
This plan authorizes the road to be placed where it's shown on the plan.
That is accurate.
Ultimately, the road, how close is the road to the exterior property line? What's the closest point? Do you know?
I'm not aware to that specificity. I would say at the north side, 5 feet or so.
Would you agree to Jeffrey Brown's statement that a transitional protective yard, a buffer, would assist in mitigating a number of things, including stormwater, light pollution, noise pollution?
Objection. He's not, we haven't asked him to offer testimony as to that, and that's speculation on Mr. Meadows' part. He's the one that prepared the plan according to code, so we would object to that.
This is a context of a standing question, and I was just simply asking the witness whether or not he would refute what my client had to say, that a transitional protective yard would mitigate noise pollution, would help mitigate noise pollution, light pollution, and stormwater. If you don't want to answer that, that's fine.
And I'm objecting because I don't think it's been established that a transitional protective yard is required for a compact subdivision.
Oh, well, now we're getting into the merits, aren't
Right,
we,
and that's-
Michael?
I'm
And
happy to
not the standing question.
have that
and
conversation
there's
soon.
the cart. There's the cart before the horse. Mr. Chairman, can we take 10-minute break and we go over these set of plans?
That would be great. Happy to do so. Let's take a 10-minute break. And Mr. Meadows, you offered to meet with Mr. Brown to look at that contour.
No problem.
back together. Thank you for the break. Hopefully questions were answered and resolved. Mr. Justice, where are we?
Well, I think they didn't come to an agreement on the a conclusion that 100% of the water would be captured on the developed property and not necessarily flow onto the Bennett. It's a little bit nuanced, but it doesn't, I don't believe it dramatically, materially changes my client's opinion about the situation. So at the end of the day, you just potentially have two differences of opinion. But I can offer Jeffrey up for and certainly Mr. Meadows can also talk about it, this fact that 100% of the water is not captured on the development site. 100% of the water is not captured on the development site. That, there is certainly the potential of it flowing onto the Bennetts.
Okay. Mr. Birch, where are we on this from your perspective?
Right. We agree that there appears to be a difference of opinion as to whether, area that stormwater hitting disturbed area, whether that's going off site. So I think we're at the point where agree to disagree and let's move forward.
Okay. And were you through with Mr. Meadows at this point?
Yes.
And board, you had no questions for Mr. Meadows? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Meadows. Okay, and you were in redirect, I believe. Is there anything else from your side? Not for me. Okay. Ms. Just, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Okay, now, I will depend on my counsel to help me get this right, but this was all regards to a city's motion to question the standing and to appeal, I guess, what was the term we used? To dismiss the appeal was the question. So that's the one before us. There's also the question of merit, which is a second question. We've not gotten to that yet. So as a board, we have the opportunity to consider the city's motion now and decide whether the appellants, and forgive me if I don't get the terms right, because I'm not an attorney, if those who brought this case forward have standing or not, according to the city. That's one option. We can decide on that. If we decide they do not have option, we're done. If we decide they do have option, we move on to the merits. Earlier, I understood the city said we want to argue the merits anyway. We can defer a decision on this at this point and move on to the discussion of the merits.
You could do that. There was one step that I would offer
Please.
to take before you take the issue of standing up, is you've heard a lot of testimony over 2 different meetings. You had brief arguments initially on the motions. Not sure why none of the attorneys are raising their hand and yelling that they'd like to have an argument, but I think that they're all probably thinking that in the back of their head, that they would like to have an opportunity to pull together their positions and present that to you in a more concise fashion. So I think that you would be well off to offer them a brief argument in response. I think Ms. Tatum would go first. It's her motion, followed by Mr. Birch, and then followed by Mr. Justice at last.
That is very good counsel. Thank you very much, Ms. Tatum.
I would say if we're going to wait to make a standing decision, that we would probably wait on our side to make all of the argument at the end for both. If you want to do standing now, I guess we could do that. But if we're going to move into the merits and resolve.
I don't disagree with that. And just to explore it a little bit for the board's understanding of why I come from mainly representing developers. And so the issue here is if you decide this matter now on a procedural issue of standing, and we go up, it might take years, and ultimately, who knows what the court will do. But it could come back on the merits. So I think from a judicial economy, we're talking about you holding that decision and ruling on both. So when the court gets it, they have both questions before them. It's just judicial economy. A lot of neighbors want, let's go ahead and get this decision. I'm I'm of the mind, let's promote some judicial economy here. Because really, this may mean that you don't have to see us again if you don't make the decision now and you let the merits go on and you ultimately make a decision on both questions later. But I would like, Mr. Chairman, I did offer a response paper that I'm assuming each one of you still has. The last, I think on the 8th, I handed up a document, I believe. And I do have a supplemental response that I would like to offer up at this time. And I agree with Robin, there's no point of getting into the weeds about argument if the matter's going to be deferred.
Statham, you okay?
Yes,
Mr.
sir. Yes, sir. I agree 100% that we should start the merits and argue everything at the end.
Mr. Gallup, you still have a question?
I think it's, as you were getting into before I mentioned the arguments, I think if you could make that decision ahead of time, then I think that's, if the board decides to do that, I think that's okay. I do have some preference for having arguments for motions separate from the hearing so that everyone has, we've gone through a fair amount of trouble to separate the merits from the standing issue while we've heard it. And I find it hard to believe that it won't be confusing at the end when the lawyers are trying to put it together separately at the same time. So I get where they're coming from, that it's more efficient, but they're also in a mood to persuade you to hear the merits and go forward. And so I think it's fine if the decision is you're clearly going to do that. I think that's probably okay. But if there's any question about what you're going to do with the standing, whether you're going to rule on it now or wait, I would hear the arguments.
Mr. Rainey?
I'm confused as to why we just spent the last day and a half arguing about they're trying to get into the merits instead of standing if now we get to this point and we want to talk about the merits. So I think procedurally there's a motion to dismiss on the table. They've argued it. They've separated it. I think we need to hear argument and rule on it.
I agree with Mr. Rainey. I was thinking we were going to consider whether there was standing, and it would be very helpful for me if the two parties would just summarize their position at this point, whether there are damages and what are the elements of that damage, and then we can make a decision on standing like we've talked about for a couple days.
Well, to be sure I understand, if we decide the question of standing now, up or down, if we decide there is no standing, we would not then need to hear the merits, but both argue it. They'd really like us to, so it's in the record.
That's correct.
But we would have no obligation to do that because our job will have been done.
Yeah. And if you decide there is standing, then you would for sure go ahead to the merits.
Yeah.
And if you decide there isn't, you wouldn't necessarily need to go ahead to the merits. Maybe they would agree that even in that case you could go ahead to the merits. Mr. Justice said he wouldn't agree to that.
No, if you make a decision on standing, and let's assuming for this hypothetical you gave the you agreed with the motion and dismissed the appeal, then at that moment in time it becomes a jurisdictional question of you saying we've made the decision that you don't have standing. It's a jurisdictional question. So we wouldn't get into the merits at that point because it would end it. If you defer it, then you can answer the questions. Basically, you could do it at the same time, but I understand the sentiment of let's go ahead and have the motion heard. I'm fine with that. Be honest with you, we were a little bit trying to accommodate judicial economy in this. So if you want to hear the motion and make a decision right now, that's perfectly fine for us.
I welcome some thoughts from other board members. I want to use, I'm for judicial economy, I want to use our time well. If there's a absolutely strong sentiment that of one way or the other, without an actual vote, it would help to know where to go next. I don't want to take our time to hear the merits if at the end we're going to say, yeah, but we didn't really think they had standing anyway. I think that to me would be unfortunate on our part to go through that if we didn't really believe it. So if we don't believe it, we should know that now. If we believe they do, we should also know that now to allow our players all to know what they need to do next. So we've heard a couple people say we ought to go ahead and vote. But that doesn't tell me how you're going to lean. I don't necessarily need to know that, but it would be useful to get a sense based on what we've heard. And if you'd like some summary, we can request. You don't have to give it to us, but we can request if you think you need, give us the 3-5 salient facts why your argument prevails, if that would help us. Got a couple of nods here. So, Ms. Tatum and Mr. Birch, if you need a couple minutes to put your thoughts together, then give us your Cliff Notes version of why you believe that we should support your dismissal.
I'll just come up to the podium.
Please.
That's a lot easier for me. Thank you. And again, I just wanted to say the reason I offered that up is the city, of course, I just want to make sure we're fair to all parties and give the developer the right to not have piecemeal litigation. So we're good either way with a vote now or later. I'm just trying to make sure everybody's interests are covered. And I appreciate your time, and thank you so much. I'm going to grab my pen. I talk better with it. For listening to these standing arguments. I know we've done this for a long time, so I'm going to try to be brief, but there are a couple of points that I want to make. First, I want to address Mr. Justice's claims that a local government, such as a city, is doing something wrong by raising a motion to dismiss for lack of standing, and that is not common, and that is completely incorrect. There are numerous appellate cases involving appeals from boards of adjustment where the neighbor's standing is challenged by the local government. Typically, it's a joint motion like you have here, but almost always a local government is a part of that motion. So the local government is part of that motion. Sometimes the local government wins, sometimes the neighbors win, but generally the local government is involved. I want to give a couple of examples of cases where that has happened, and those happen to be the very cases that we are relying on in support of our motion. Now, the first one is Cherry versus Wisner, which was a case that came from this board, which related to the approval of a single-family home in historic Oakwood. The city of Raleigh filed a motion to dismiss along with the homeowner. This case has been cited time and time again since it was decided in 2016, and basically they dismissed the neighbor across the street's appeal based on lack of standing because they said they could not prove a diminution in the value of their own property and that monetary damage was distinct from the rest of the community. That is the test. It is cited over and over again. Since Cherry versus Wisner in 2016, there have been at least 4 other cases with the same results on similar facts to that case and similar facts to the case here. The next one that came up was a 2018 case. Ironically, it was also called Cherry Community Organization versus the City of Charlotte. And in that case, it was dismissed because neighbors who were next door did not have standing to raise to file the lawsuit. Now, Mr. Justice has told you that the test is different for lawsuits and petitions and appeals. The Court of Appeals has said it is not. It says that the tests are analogous, and again, those tests, and Cherry is cited in every single civil action case where standing has been dismissed since 2016. Now, in that case, there were allegations of increased noise, traffic, parking overflow, changing character, lack of visibility, and the court said, well, you've alleged it, but you haven't proved it. You have said that that will happen, but we don't see any facts in the record to support it, so that case was dismissed.
So that's 2016, 2018, and that Cherry case is also one that specifically said that the standing test in a zoning appeal is analogous to a declaratory judgment action. Now, the next case was in 2020. That's Hogue versus Pitt County. Again, we have a joint motion by the county and the developer, citing and relying on the Cherry versus Wisner case. They basically said the neighbors lacked standing because they were not able to establish that their damages that they claimed, which were stormwater runoff, traffic, et cetera, were any different than anybody else in the community. That's the case I told you about, where they filed the case as a group, and the court said, you say you have all the exact same damages, you haven't particularized them, and therefore you don't have a standing. The next one also cited, all of these cited Cherry versus Wisner, which is a zoning appeal from this board. That's Violet versus Town of Cornelius in 2022. Neighbors dismissed for lack of standing. They did not show the required diminution in value. They attempted to do that, among other ways, by having the neighbor himself testify that the actual value went down. Again, as I've told you, that's an appraiser thing when you talk about actual valuation versus impacts. There's one other case I will mention, which is a 2017 case called Ring versus Moore County. It doesn't rely on Cherry versus Wisner, but it's another civil action where there was a motion to dismiss for lack of standing filed by the county.
Ma'am, you're going faster and faster, and
Okay.
I'm starting to lose it a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
It doesn't rely on Cherry versus Wisner, but another civil action.
Challenging a zoning decision where the court dismissed the case because the neighbors did not have standing. It was granted because they did not allege or show sufficient industry. They increased, mainly claiming an increase in noise and traffic without sufficient factual basis was not enough. Now, again, those have been the only cases in the appellate courts since 2016, and they have all resulted in a dismissal based on lack of standing from the neighbors. So another point I wanted to raise is it is our position that the city not only has a right to raise the lack of standing, but they have, it's appropriate to do so, and they should do so, because they have a responsibility not only to neighbors in this case, but to all of the city of Raleigh and the developer. And just because you oppose a case does not mean that you have standing. And if you have an appeal where they haven't shown the requisite diminution in value, and that appeal is going to adversely impact this project or numerous other projects in the city of Raleigh. The allegations, again, in this case, are very vast and large. Basically, what the appeal says is the way you do subdivisions and the way that you do buffers and the way that you do open space and the way that you do transitional protective yards, the way we've been doing some of this for the last 10 years is wrong. You don't know your ordinance and you're not applying it correctly. But those projects are coming in every day. And so if all of that is wrong, we would like to know that. And so that's the reason that we are pushing the time forward. But also, if anybody can do that, then this board is going to have a lot of cases before it. And so we have moved for lack of standing because we think that the person who files the appeal has got to meet their legal test that has been brought forward by the courts. And that's a diminution in value different from the community at large. Now, a few other points and then I will end. Again, there's two ways that they could show standing. One is through an actual decrease in their property, which is the appraiser testimony. We did bring forth an appraiser because we thought it was very important to know from a data perspective, if this thing was developed out, what is the impact if you put those two uses together. But it is our position that this subdivision plat at this time doesn't do anything but allow the approval of the lot location, the road location, the stormwater system, and that plat alone does not cause any damage to anyone. You can't develop, you can't start construction, and so if all of the testimony with respect to their appraiser was if this building is built or if this is put on the ground, and maybe there's an appeal later for that, but right now, this subdivision plat could sit vacant for years, or it could be developed next week, but the plat itself is not causing anything to change. The other way that you can prove it is by talking about impacts, and there has been testimony. All of that testimony, again, first of all, I would submit that it's speculative. We don't know how much noise there's going to be. We don't know how much light they're going to be. We don't know what these townhouses will look like. They could be beautiful townhouses. You know, they could be, we just don't know. So these impacts are speculative. Again, it's not on the ground yet. We don't think the plat causes those anyway. There are two cases that Mr. Justice has referred to on several occasions. One of those is Fort versus Cumberland County, and the other is Mangum versus Raleigh. I am familiar with those because I represented the neighbor appellants in Fort and the developer property owner in Mangum. And I do want to say how those impacts are different. Mangum was 2008, Fort was 2012, and in the Fort case, the use it issued, the county had allowed a 1,000-acre military training facility to be approved as a school. There were going to be 15 million rounds of gunfire every year. There was a shooting range with guns that had a target range of up to 1 mile. There were helicopters. And so the developer, which was Tiger Swan, their evidence itself said, we are going to cause all these impacts. They weren't in question, and they were substantial. That is a case where said you don't need an impact to prove standing. I don't dispute that. But I will say in that case, the Forts did actually submit a valuation expert. The next one was Mangum, which was a permit for an adult establishment. And again, each individual property owner had actual substantiated facts. That standing didn't come up until we were at Superior Court, but that was all testified to as a factual basis and a definite impact. If you compare that to the case before you, this is not gunfire, this is not adult establishment, this is another residential use. The only difference between these uses is the fact that it's really the same use because they're going to have individuals and families living in the townhomes if and when they are developed, the same as people live in single-family homes. They're just in a different building type. And then again, as opposed to those other two cases where the use was allowed, they were going to build it. The building was okay. That was not a subdivision plat, and I don't know if there would have been standing if Fort and Mangum had only been a subdivision plat. So in sum, we don't think on this record there's enough for for the appellants to prove standing. It's not like Fort, and it's not like Mangum, and anything of the impacts, which everybody based their valuation and their decision of impacts on something that's not yet authorized by this plat. So we would ask that the standing motion be granted. I would ask that the motion be granted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Birch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We joined in the city's motion to dismiss and support their argument in favor of that motion. We just bring to the board's attention that 160D 1402 subsection C subsection 2 says standing is appropriate for a neighbor who will suffer special damages as the result of the decision being appealed. The decision being appealed in this case is a preliminary subdivision plan, which you have heard does not authorize any construction activity on the site, much less the construction of buildings. There's been no evidence provided by the appellants that approval of the preliminary subdivision plat will cause them special damages. The only evidence that you did hear was about something that was not yet authorized and were only speculative opinions as to the impacts, which are not sufficient to establish standing.
So for those reasons, we would ask the board grant the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Justice.
If I could hand out a supplemental response to go with my original response. I think the City of Mangum versus Raleigh case is a prime example of the difference of opinion that we have here. In that case that Robin was part of, representing the I guess not the neighbors in that case. The Court of Appeals, who she keeps talking about, created this pretty tall hill for a neighboring property owner to have standing to challenge a decision. And the Supreme Court rejected the idea that, one, you had to have proof of a diminution of property values. Rejected that outright. There had been previous Court of Appeals opinions that had said that. The Mangum Court of Appeals said that again, and the Supreme Court rejected that. Now, this is a little bit of a moot point because we actually have proof beyond just claims and allegations. That's why you've been spending here all this time. We have proof. But what the Mangum Court, Supreme Court said, and that's the highest court, they said, you know, our Constitution allows folks to have remedies. You know, a remedy would be if the city gets it wrong in a subdivision or a zoning review, then we should look liberally at the opportunity of folks to come and challenge that decision. And in fact, the court does say, you know, you have to have allegation and you have a responsibility to show up with folks to support the allegation with evidence. You can't just allege, I've got standing, this is going to be bad. You got to show up with proof. But that, once you do that, all that's viewed liberally to allow someone to have their day in court, to get to the merits. What you've heard today is, in these proceedings, is the exact opposite of that. Because now what they're telling you is, oh, you don't have a right to challenge this approval because there's a myriad of other approvals in front of this project, and they're not going to be able to do anything until they get to the end of the road. But you can't challenge this. What does that mean? What does that mean? We wait until they do all the grading, they get ready, and then they get ready to pull a building permit, then we challenge that. Well, guess what's going to happen, folks? They're going to say you waited too long. You can't challenge that. It is one of the more absurd points that we can build our code in such a way that have all these requirements and permits, and you can't challenge the first one or the second one because they still have other places to go. But when you get to the end, it's going to be too late to challenge the ones before. And this is not a situation of, oh, shucks, we really didn't allow them to do anything. We haven't really made any decisions. Folks, a townhome by the UDO is not allowed in R4 as a general proposition. The only way townhomes are allowed is pursuant to a compact development approval. It's the only way it's allowed. That's what they got. That is what we're challenging. This compact development approval. So it suggests, well, we didn't really give them anything. It's too preliminary. They've made a binding decision, a decision that's binding on the city, a decision that would be binding on us if we had not appealed that this is an illegal approval of a compact development that doesn't meet the standards. So there is no day in court if you can construct an ordinance that basically has all these intersections and you can never challenge them. So what does the law tell us? The Mangum case, again, Supreme Court case. You have to have proper allegation to say, I have been injured or I have a threat of injury. Because that's what this is all about, threat of injury. This is not about, development has already occurred. It's already out there and it's injuring me. It's about threat. And the court is saying, are you a person that has sufficient interest to come in and raise the issues versus someone 20 miles away? And to Mrs. Bennett's point, if the Bennetts don't have standing to contest this in this case, then no one would in the whole city. But we have allegation that we are harmed and that we are especially harmed. And we went beyond that. Then we offered proof. We had, in all these cases that she talks about, and I'm going to walk you way through this as quickly as I can. These cases she talked about, in none of these cases she talked about from Cherry Wiesner on down, did someone show up as a neighbor with an appraiser, someone did a property impact analysis, and said, it is my opinion based on my expertise that this project you're challenging will in fact cause you a diminution in property values. None of those cases had those set of facts. And of course the court said, you had allegation, you had claim, you don't have proof. So those cases are inapposite to what we have here because we actually have proof. We have Mr. Kirkland. And then I've cited in my materials, both in the supplemental and the original, to the point that even property owner testimony, as long as they're specific, they get into the weeds of well, there's going to be stormwater, they get into the weeds of noise, or they get in the weeds of light impacts, that even the court has accepted property owner testimony as being competent in this context of standing. And I hate to go too far technically, but standing is, again, this, we should look at it liberally, allow people to get to the merits. When you get to the merits, oftentimes you see these special use permits that they come and ask. It's there that the law requires something more when you get to the substance and the merits. Standing is something else. But we have met our responsibility because we alleged and we showed up with proof. We had Mr. Kirkland, we had Mrs. Bennett, and we had Jeffrey to testify about his belief from his experience. And he has looked at development plans and from both sides of the fence to indicate that the Bennetts and the Solicks in particular will be particularly and uniquely impacted by this development. Now, in terms of the rebuttal to that, you heard Mr. Allen, they offered up, and you heard Nick very professionally say, here's the problem with what Mr. Allen did, is he basically said the price of milk went up since the 50s, therefore there's not a problem. Well, I hope that property values in Raleigh have gone up since the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s. And that's not how you go about determining property impact, because there are methodologies that these folks employ, and you got to employ the methodologies to get to a more accurate conclusion. And what you have to look at is you have to do a comparison of properties that are not necessarily within close proximity to get a comparison, a paired comparison, to say proximity matters. And ultimately, Mr. Kirkland followed the methodology that, as you heard, the Superior Court has approved and our appellate courts have approved. And he indicated to you that Mr. Allen did not go far enough with his work and his task to present a reliable study. Now, again, we believe that what we're responsible to do is to present folks to support the allegations. That's what we've done. I want to run through some of these cases. Cherry v. Wiesner, that's the big case they cited. That's a Raleigh case. The the case there was the lady, the property owner was looking across the street and seeing this modern-looking house in a historic district and opined that, oh, visually, that's a problem for me and all of my neighbors. And that was the extent of what was said. They didn't have an appraiser or a property impact study. They didn't have a civil engineer that came into the room and said, here are stormwater impacts, here is light pollution, noise pollution, and they're all uniquely impactful to specific properties. She just said, this is visually a problem to me and all my neighbors. Claim that was very neighborhood related, but not specific to her, and there was no proof. And so all these cases that followed cited that because there wasn't proof. And most of these cases are rezoning challenges. When the city council makes a decision or the county commissioners and their rezoning decisions. And while I heard Robin say, well, the test is the same, it's not the same. And if at the end of the day, Solik versus City of Raleigh, we decide whether the test is the same, we decide whether the test is the same. The test is not the same. But all that is sort of, we can sit down and have lunch and talk a lot of legal stuff that hopefully won't bore you to death. But the reality is, the test that we should be agreeing on is ultimately one where we make allegation and we provide proof, and that's what we've done. Again, the cases they cite do not support the idea of what we've done here today. Now, she had made other arguments originally that, well, if there's more than one person with standing, then no one has standing. And if you remember, they showed some graphics on driveways and number of people, and they tried to get the impression that, oh, there's more people along that street, and if there's more than one person, they don't have standing. Standing is not a question of the Highlander movie, that there can only be one. As we pointed out in our brief, there are multiple cases, ones that I've taken up, where there were multiple property owners spread out. There was not just one. Secondly, again, those cases that I've cited stand for the proposition that you do have a responsibility as a neighbor to not just come up here and say, I've got a problem, but to come up with allegation and proof, and that's what we've done. In terms of, finally, the corollary to there can only be one is how you judge whether someone's special. Mr. Kirkland's testimony said there are six properties that are impacted in this tight little area because of proximity. Think about Hayes Barton and how big it is. That if you look at our affidavits from the Bennett's, they talk about over 400 lots. It's a large neighborhood. Mr. Kirkland said there are people that even touch this property with their property line, but they're not impacted because their houses are sufficiently removed. And he narrowed it down to 6. And that's a very small subset of Hayes Barton, and it's certainly a very small subset of the city of Raleigh. We do believe that what hill we were supposed to climb, that the Mangum Supreme Court set, that we have climbed that hill and presented you what you need to do to say no to the motion to dismiss. In the Mangum case, it was that the trial court threw it out on standing, and it went to the Supreme Court after 3 years, and it came back because the Supreme Court said, you were wrong about standing, now let's get to the merits of the decision. We think we have done enough to show standing and from the record, and we appreciate your patience and your time, and if you have any questions, please let me know, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gallup, do we allow for a second round on these rebuttal?
I think you can. It's within your discretion too, if you'd like to. As far as seeing it in court, I've seen both ways.
Okay, Ms. Tatum, I see you immediately raised your hand, so.
Just 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to correct a few things. First of all, we're not saying that no decision in the future can be appealed. It certainly could. We're saying that this particular plat does not cause the damages alleged. The next approval would be a site permit review. That's when buildings are allowed. Then they have to have a demolition permit and a grading permit. That's when all this noise would occur. Then there's a building permit. So we are not in any way saying, oh, it's going to be too late later. What we're saying is a subdivision plat creates no noise, no traffic, no nothing. Second, Mr. Justice has told you that none of the cases involved an expert appraiser. Cherry versus Wisner in my hand, and it basically says that the expert real estate appraiser testified on behalf of the neighbor, but the court came to the conclusion that that real estate appraiser's affidavit did not address the damages they expected, and so they rejected his testimony. Third, Ms. Bennett is correct. You know, she said, if we don't have standing, no one has standing. Well, the courts have held time and time again in each of the cases that I cited, that no one else, that those people, nobody had standing in those cases. Finally, again, I would just reiterate that their appraiser's opinion was based 100%, everybody's was on the fact that we were further along in the process than the subdivision approval. And I'll rest with that unless Mr. Birch has anything.
This was a compact development approval, approved a compact development. As I said before, you could only have a townhouse here only if it was approved by a compact development approval. It will be too late. If they're saying on the record, oh, well, let's moot this now, and the next review will challenge it, and we'll bring up the fact that there's no transitional protective yard or buffer because you've made the decision it's not required in December of 2021, okay, I'd like to hear on the record whether or not all the arguments we've made in our appeal we can raise at the next permit stage. Then I would understand the point. So I'll wait for that concession.
I'm not going to make that concession. The concession is what this approval approved and what the impacts of this approval are. That's the question. And so if he wants to say, you know, I know for a fact you're going to build it later and you're going to have these buildings later and they're going to be loud and all of this stuff. I don't know that, but I want to be able to do that now. I just don't think that that's equitable or correct. I think that we look at the approval and what the approval will cause, not what something will happen in the future. Now, what he can argue in the future, if he wants to appeal, we'll bring that up then. But if he doesn't have standing to challenge this decision, then it doesn't matter whether he can do it now or later. He has to have standing now. And we say, based on this, the impacts, they're all speculative.
I am so, well, I'm glad that she wouldn't concede that point, which proves my point. There are decisions that have been made that are binding on the city, on the developer, and on any neighbor who doesn't challenge it now. These decisions are, should there be a transitional protective yard and buffer? That decision has been made. The city said no. And because of that, does this qualify as a compact subdivision development? The city has made that determination. We disagree. We will not be able to raise it later. She can't concede it on the record today that we can raise it later. That's the point, that they're creating some Jenga game of we keep pulling blocks, but we'll never be able to appeal anything, ever. And so the Cherry v. Wiesner case, I know the attorney that represented her, they wanted to offer up affidavits later and asked the court to accept the affidavits. They didn't offer it at this stage of the game. They wanted to offer it later. And that was the problem the court had, was they were too late in the proof. We have the proof that we have standing.
Okay. Thank you all. Mr. Randy, you look like you had something you wanted to ask. You hold that? Okay. Okay. Board members, do you have questions you wish to ask of any of our attorneys to help clarify your own thinking?
I have a couple. I I wanted to get Robin's response to the last point about the Cherry case, because I had read that part, and I know that the evidence was not accepted later by the court. Not accepted later by the court.
They basically, what the court said is that they didn't have any reason to do it because, if I've got the wrong cherry.
And Robin, it sounds like you referenced the rolling cherry. I'm going to try to read along. We're looking at 245 NC App 339, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Basically, the appellant had moved to supplement the record with 2 affidavits addressing standing, and the court below did not allow that supplementation. The court went on to discuss, though, that even if the affidavit had been accepted, that it does not provide the information that was needed to establish standing. The second affidavit provides some additional information regarding respondent's allegation regarding impairment of property values. The affidavit of Mr. Ogburn is a qualified real estate appraiser, and his opinion that respondent's property will be adversely affected in terms of value will be adversely affected for value, and those effects from a residential marketing standpoint would be significant. This affidavit could arguably demonstrate a claim of special damages to a decrease in the respondent's property value, but as noted above, allegations of a decrease in value alone are not sufficient. Although the parties dispute whether the Cherry Gordon House is architecturally congruous with the Oakwood Historic Districts, petitioner's use of property for a single-family residence is clearly lawful, and Mr. Ogburn's affidavit does not address any kind of secondary impacts or anything else that would cause the potential damages. So what they did was the trial court didn't let it in. They tried to argue it should come in on appeal, and the court said it wouldn't have mattered anyway. So that was what the holding of that case was.
Okay, and my second question, your opposing counsel said that there was no means that they had to object in the future. We're here at the subdivision stage. Site plan approval comes up. At what point can they object again, and what means would they use?
That would probably be speculative as to actually what they can raise. My biggest point is the approval on appeal has got to be the approval where you prove the secondary effects. So our position is that a subdivision approval in and of itself doesn't allow anything to happen. Now, what his argument is if later on I can't come back and challenge the subdivision approval before, and if I don't like what's happening with the subdivision approval, this is my only chance. Well, I understand that. My point is that you don't get standing just because you can't challenge something later. Now, what you can challenge later is his site plan approval, his building permit, his grading permit, because that's when the damages are happening. So a ruling to say that this approval is not causing the damage, but there may be an approval later that's going to cause the damage, I don't think meets the standing test. And what I wanted to clarify is we're not saying he can't ever challenge anything later. We're saying this particular approval does not cause the damages alleged, if that's helpful.
Mr. Chairman, just to reemphasize the point, they go and pull a building permit. The building permit is based on the building code standards. We wouldn't be arguing about building code standards. That's very highly technical. The decision here is to open the door to townhouses on this property. And the only way to open that door is to approve it through a compact development. That is the decision they have made. We believe they don't qualify as a compact development for the various reasons. And so our only chance is to do it now, because later permits do not deal with that question. They deal with building permit issues. This is our only chance.
Go ahead.
I guess the question is, how would your clients even know a building permit had been issued? And is there not a time element in any of this where you're going to be facing a waiver if you don't appeal it or try to intervene within 30 days? What's the mechanism to even redress that issue at the building permit stage?
There is no law that requires notice to a property owner of the issuance of a building permit. And once the building permit is issued, then there will be raised a question of timeliness to that. But again, that permit is being issued under a different set of standards that deal with highly technical, is the building meeting the building code, not can you have a townhome on this lot. The only approval that allows a townhome on this lot is the one we're challenging.
Okay. There's nothing else. The essential, a question, I have to phrase this carefully, a question before us regarding standing is, do we believe there's a negative impact or diminution of value sufficient to give the applicants standing? We've heard from appraisers on both sides. We've heard from civil engineers on both sides addressing a set of potential impacts. So the question before us is, do we believe those impacts are sufficient negatively to grant standing? Is that a fair way to summarize it, the question before us? And if so, what are your thoughts? And this is a discussion opportunity, and we can certainly open up for more questions. I probably should close the hearing officially before we go on. So let me close the hearing. We can reopen it if you have questions of any of our attorneys. A question that I had to do with, we've closed the hearing.
No, you're on the record till we leave.
Yeah, thank you for verifying that. Yeah, one of my questions had to do with development. All development has some potential negative impact on whoever's already next door. Just does. Anything you build impacts somebody. So in that regard, everybody has standing at the lowest level, but in terms of a standing in a case like this, there's a higher standard that has to be applied. It has more to do with the degree of impact, and it's been argued that there's a negative impact based on potential appraisals, countered by appraisals saying there's no potential negative impact. The engineering question, same thing. So what are you thinking? It's okay to think out loud.
I'll jump in first. One question I have, I guess, for the board is, and if I missed this, I'm sorry, but the Post, James Post, Angela Post, I feel like I haven't heard anything specific to their parcel. Did I miss that?
I haven't heard anything either.
Okay. Big picture, I believe that the neighboring landowners do have standing. Sorry, I believe they do have standing. At minimum, certainly the Bennetts and the Soliks. And I base that on the expert testimony from both the engineer but also the appraiser. So I am persuaded that they have standing to pursue the appeal.
Okay, other thoughts?
Well, I'll say this. I think one thing that's challenging about this case is we've got consultants over here saying one thing that are experts apparently we've got consultants over here that apparently are experts saying the exact opposite. And it sort of leads you to think, well, who's right? And I think that's what we're struggling with is we've got two sets of consultants saying the exact opposite. And who's right? That's the predicament.
I would concur with Mr. Kenny. You know, we've got two compelling arguments from both attorneys who've done a great job of presenting both of their cases to us, but still here again, at the end of the day, it's still a decision we have to make, and are we making the right decision, you know, standing versus no standing. So, but we've heard compelling arguments as well as, you know, R4, is it allowed zoning? Mr. Justice says it's not allowed. Townhomes are not allowed in R4 zoning. The city says it is. So here again, it's, you know, it's a hard decision to make.
Yeah, I agree that we have, I guess, agree to not agree, conflicting evidence from the engineers, because one said there's clearly no drainage issue, so there would be no damage because of that. On the appraisal concept, the important thing with real estate appraisals is you're comparing apples to apples. And I don't think it's really clear that with the appraisal that was presented by the appellants and the properties that they looked at would be comparing apples to apples here. And yes, we don't know totally what's going to be built there, which is part of the issue and which arguably makes it speculative. So that's my, you know, feeling about the appraisal.
I'll jump in on the appraisal piece. Just based on past experience with paired sales analysis in the condemnation setting, I think that was an entirely appropriate way. In the condemnation setting, I think a paired sales analysis is a proper means of testing what's the impact of a common denominator. And so, you know, to the extent there's a difference between the appraisals, I think the landowner's appraiser applied a more proper methodology than the city's appraiser did.
Well, the only impact that's compelling to me is the potential diminution of actual real estate value. And there again, we have conflicting opinions on that. I think noise, light, stormwater, those are issues that can be resolved, and every development creates some of its own. So that to me is not compelling. The argument is this going to reduce my property values in some way? I don't know how to do that. Now, we have to depend on the experts for that, and they're conflicting. So I'm like you, Mr. Kenny, it's a little bit puzzling to me to quite know, you know, as a matter of whose expert do we want to believe. If we grant status, we'll move to the merits, which we sort of touched on from time to time already, and that's a different set of arguments and maybe more compelling in terms of an outcome. If we don't grant status, then we're basically, I do have a question about procedure, and this, I don't know to whom I'll direct it to my counsel at table. If we do not grant status, if we approve the city's grant to dismiss, what's the follow-up opportunity for the appellants? What is there somewhere? Are they done, or do they take that to another level? Are they done?
If you dismiss the case, they have the right to appeal to Superior Court and challenge that dismissal.
And they would appeal it on basically this single decision because merits have not been argued.
Correct.
And if it, okay.
And then it could, if they prevailed, it would come back. If they continued to lose through the appellate courts, then it wouldn't.
Right. Okay. So if we denied it, but it goes to appellate court, to Superior Court, and they send it back to us, then we move to the merits discussion.
Correct.
We get to hear it again. Okay.
So what happens if we say that the appellates have standing then? What's the other side of the coin? Hear the merits of the case?
Yeah, you would hear the merits to the case, and it wouldn't be likely. I'm not going to say they can't, but the city probably wouldn't have an appeal until after the merits were reached. I think it would be probably premature for the city to appeal to the Superior Court on the denial of their motion to dismiss. Never seen it happen. Not going to say it couldn't happen, but I think it would be unlikely. They would appeal the merits and challenge the standing denial or denial of their motion at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So not getting a complete sense of the group here. I'm getting some sense on both sides. So I'm open to motion towards a decision or further arguments at the table that will help us all become more uniform in our decision.
Chairman Swink, I'll say I agree with you that, to me, it turns on the diminution of the value. These engineering things about noise and light, like you said, that's everything. I mean, that's an objection against every single development. So I just really can't see how that's what it turns on here. But just my take.
Okay. Oh, this has been asked, can we sleep on it? I don't know that sleeping on it is fair to all parties, nor do we want to come back for a 5-minute decision tomorrow if we can make a decision today. I don't want to prolong this, but it's 4 o'clock. If a 10-minute break would allow you to reflect and then come back ready to make a decision, I would suggest we take that, although I'm happy to wrap it up right now if someone's ready to do so. In terms of your sleeping on it, will a 10-minute break help you?
I mean, sure, I guess. What we were doing, I've been doing overnight anyways.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, stand up, refresh. It's 5 till, come back at 5 after, and then let's get to a decision. accounted for? Okay. So we are still at the table here where we are discussing the question before us. And I hope that 10-minute break gave everyone new or sufficient insight to make a decision about perhaps a motion. And it would it would be to support the city's request to dismiss or to deny the city's request to dismiss and move to the merits argument.
And Mr. Chair, you
Yes, sir.
still do have the opportunity to hold your decision on standing and hear the merits and make both at the end.
That's correct. You're right.
So
Thank you for that
You
reminder.
could have
If-
a motion to that regard as well.
Okay, and yes,
Council, if we make a decision, with that decision, can we also?
I would avoid that. I would, for the standing, I would just up or down, grant or deny.
okay, so yes, we can, thank you. We make that decision now, or again, we can defer this, move right into the merits discussion, and then at the end, we will still have to make a decision on this question. Where there will be two questions before us when we get through all the presentations and deliberations. So if there's no consensus right now, in the interest of time, because it's passing, we can we can choose to move by motion into the discussion of the merits of the case and hold this decision till later. If people just don't know what to do, let us not waste everyone's time unless someone feels comfortable offering a motion to the
I'll make a
contrary.
motion to defer this case to hear the merits of the case.
Okay, we have a motion to defer this decision until after we've heard the merits of the case. Is there a second? Hearing none, that motion fails. So,
I'll make a motion to deny the city's motion to dismiss. In other words, I'll make a motion supporting that the landowners have standing.
okay,
That the landowners have standing.
okay, so we have a motion that the appellants have standing, which would be denying the city's motion. Is there a second for that? Hearing none. Okay. So there's no momentum on either. Yes,
I suppose Mr. Butler's motion is void at this moment, or
it is. It can be
I will
revisited.
resurrect it, and I'll be the first, I guess.
So to be clear, you are now offering the motion that we defer the decision until after we've heard the merits of the case.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Butler, are you offering a
second
second?
it.
Thank you. We now have a motion and a second to defer this decision until we've heard the merits of the case. We can now offer discussions if you have something you wish to offer in way of an amendment or discussion, something on your mind.
What I had stated when we were talking about the appellants proving their damages was I didn't think the proof was sufficient. So I was asking to hear from other members of the board about their thoughts on the sufficiency of the appellant's evidence as to prove their damages and that they in fact had standing. Could I hear from other members of the board about that?
Well, we have a motion actually on the table. If it'll help clarify that motion, if someone wants to respond to Ms. Rudisill. Steve? Michael? No? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? The motion is to defer this decision until after we've discussed the merits of the case. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
That's a 3 to 2. Let's do a show of hands. All those in favor of approving the motion, say aye. We have 3. All those opposed, no. Okay, so the motion is this case a 3 to just a majority vote? Okay, we're 3 to 2. So by that decision, we've deferred making a decision on standing, and we're prepared to move to the merits of the case. It's 4:15. I want to ask both parties, in terms of procedure, are you ready to proceed, and how much time do you think you would like to use today towards that?
This is Lou Bonapane. He's the chief of staff. Is that so? Anyway, for the city council office, who has been so accommodating for us to try to get this room. He says that we definitely have the room, but at 5:30 there's going to be a reception out there. We don't know how disturbing it will be. He wanted to let us know. I will say from the city side, we'll go as long as you'll stay. So that's kind of where we are.
Is it possible any of the refreshments can be brought in here? Just checking. Mr. Justice, any your thoughts on proceeding?
Well, I do think that our case on the merits probably will take 3 hours. In terms of continuing or picking up, I have no hard feelings either way. I will say that it has been a little bit of a grind, so I would certainly not mind to reconvene in the morning, but I'll do whatever. I've got about 3 hours.
Thank you. Mr. Butler, did you want to offer something?
I would agree to continue in the morning if we could.
Okay.
If everyone else is okay with
Mr. Birch, your thoughts?
Well, I was just going to let the board know that we on the developer side are ready to proceed and willing to go, as late as the board is willing to go this evening.
Do you have a sense of the timing you're going to require?
Probably an hour, less than an hour.
And is that inclusive of the city?
No, separate
Okay.
from the city.
What? No. We're not considering. No. We're not considering that. We're seeing if they're. But thank you. If we get an hour, if an hour is.
Well, they're going to come at 5:30, so that might be a reasonable stopping place. I guess it depends. I can say how long it will take me. I can't say how long it will take Mr. Justice to cross-examine. So
Right.
I believe that I can get through a witness and all of our evidence in an hour.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
there's
sir.
one other thought on this is going into the merits hearing. You had some arguments on the motions, but there would be opening arguments, between 4 and 5, maybe an opportunity to hear opening arguments from all the parties, and that might give you a more logical, so you don't have to do that in the morning. In the morning, we step right into Mr. Justice's evidentiary hearing, and that way we don't get caught in the middle of any witnesses starting today with witnesses. But I just thought that when I was looking through my thoughts on how the procedure was going to go from here.
And Mr. Chairman, I fully support that. We can do an opening, and that will probably take 30 minutes or 40 minutes, and we'd be right bumping up over 5.
Well, I was told we had 5 minutes to do an opening. Is that not what you told us?
I believe it was about. That's probably what I said.
That is what
I
you
didn't
instructed, so
I don't
that
know
is
that
what I
expected
prepared.
you to. I don't know that I expected you to listen to me, but
I've been practicing.
If-
Can I just say one thing, and that is we really think it's important to finish tomorrow if we can. Another break will be really tough and will be a couple of months out because we can't come in July. So as Michael just suggested, I mean, we'd be willing to come earlier in the morning if everybody else was as well. But anyway, we're willing to do our openings, which I can't say it's 5, but I can promise you it's less than 10, and just do whatever we can tonight, but that's up to the board.
Okay, I'd like to get the openings in today so we can get started with respect to that. And then as we wrap up today, we will set a time for tomorrow. I appreciate your willingness to come early. We'll ask the board at that time, so y'all think about it. So, Mr. Justice, thank you for being willing to get started, and let's do that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you again for your patience and time. I'll try to speak up. This issue about compact subdivision developments for townhouses, I don't believe has a long history in the city. I think Robin may have made that comment before about challenging long-standing decisions. And I think the record will demonstrate later that this is pretty new stuff. This all stems from the changes with middle housing, missing middle housing, number one, in 2021. So that wasn't that long ago. And in terms of this being presented in a context where it's R4 zoning, I don't believe there's much out there. There's a few cases of R4, but again, it's well less than a handful. So this has not been a long track plowed by the city relating to the decision that you need to decide, which is, did the city council decide that they're going to allow townhouse developments in R4 that for all intents and purposes look like just a conventional development? And why I use the term conventional, it's important to understand there's a difference between conventional and compact. Conventional developments for townhouses are allowed as of right in R6. And the distinction there, and you'll see from the record, the distinction is one of the things that's very important is they don't require a transition protective yard or a buffer. And this transition protective yard and buffer is very critical because they admit they didn't provide one. And there's a reason for that. If they didn't provide one, that means they get to jam all these townhouses in because a buffer yard would take up room where roads are now and would eliminate a considerable number of those townhouses. And so it matters whether or not there's a transitional protective yard. And as I said at the beginning, there's a difference between what the council decided for R6, where conventional townhouses can be, and in R4, the only way through the door is through a compact development. And one of the key things, requirements of a compact development, is this transitional protective yard, which they readily admit they did not install and it was approved without. The city's position will be, ultimately the position that you'll hear from examination of the record is you will see the questions being asked, and when I say this, is we have through public records, we know some of what occurred behind the curtain. And so you will see that Mr. Meadows asked the question, can we do a jerry-rigged open space lot around the perimeter to substitute for a transition protective yard? And he was told initially, no, you can't. And then somewhere it changed and it flipped. You will see in the record that actually other developers were told for a compact R4 development, you have to have a transitional protective yard. Other developers were told that, but somewhere it flipped. And when you look at the standard for what is the requirement for a transitional protective yard, there's two ways to accomplish that. Two options. One, you can do a vegetative buffer, which they did not do, or you can do conventional perimeter lots. And just ask yourself, when you look at the above the tree preservation area around the Solex property and around to the Bennett's property to that other tree conservation area, do you see on the perimeter conventional perimeter lots? And the answer is no. And so we believe that the plain language of the ordinance requires, in order to achieve this objective of a transition area, a separation, a buffer or screen for the adjoining neighbors, which is what was still required for R4 and a townhouse being there, that at the end of the day, it either had to be a vegetative buffer that took up room, or it had to be larger conventional lots around the perimeter that would take up room. And they did neither. And therefore, this should not be an approved compact development. And so we will rely on the plain language, not some ambiguity. The law, that we don't believe it's ambiguous. We will rely on the plain language that supports that this is not a compact development under the rules. Now, we have other challenges that were in our appeal dealing with the designation of a primary street, which we will get into, but that matters for purposes of where the setback might fall on this property, and we'll go through that. But that is the side salad, if you will, to the main pot roast argument, which is transitional protective yards for R4 townhouses. Are they required, and how do you accomplish that goal? And just remember this. When you're given two options to accomplish the goal, both options must try to accomplish the goal. If I tell my child, who is 12, my goal is for you to learn, and I'm going to give you two options. One is to go read a book. The second option is to eat candy and watch SpongeBob. Invariably, my child will pick that last one, but it won't achieve the goal. What they did here did not achieve the goal of separating this development appropriately with screening and buffering in this historic neighborhood. The evidence, we believe, will be uncontroverted to that point, and that there's plain language that ultimately this city staff decided to ignore. And we all make mistakes, but we feel like the language is pretty plain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just gonna 2.3. Okay. Thank you, and Chairman Swink, members of the board. As you know what the challenge is, so I can sort of cut to the chase here. This was a townhouse subdivision that was approved under the compact development option. And while it is true that the density in R4 is new from missing middle, townhouses have always been allowed in compact development since 2013, when the UDO first came into effect. So he said that it's new, but the provisions that he's challenging, many of them have been applied for every compact subdivision that has come through the city since the UDO was first passed. Now, Mr. Justice has centered in on this transitional protective yard. Their appeal, however, does have many allegations that why this was not properly approved. We're prepared to go through all of those. We dispute all of those reasons. We think that this was properly approved, and the evidence will show that. And the evidence will show, and again, I know this is no reason to approve it. I mean, it's either right or wrong, but this townhouse development was not treated any different than any other one. The rules and how they were interpreted the same way as in any other case. So the suggestion that this was different, I think our evidence will show that is not true. Mr. Rometta, Justin Rometta, who is the zoning administrator, and he is the person who decides the ultimate interpretation of the code, will testify about each one of these allegations and will explain to you that he agrees 100% with the decision to approve. Now, there's a couple of points that I do want to make. Again, in July 2021 is when the City Council approved what is known as Missing Middle 1.0. Now,
There's evidence in the record that shows the purpose of Missing Middle 1 was to increase housing options in the city, to have more options, and hopefully that would lead to more affordability and help with the housing shortage. That's the reason Missing Middle was passed. Now, one of the things that it did do, of course, is increase the density of townhouses in R4. Townhouses were previously allowed in R4. The density was just much smaller and wouldn't have been allowed on this particular lot, but could have been allowed in Hayes Barton if there was perhaps a recombination. So it's not like the use was introduced for the first time. The appeal essentially claims that, again, that the city staff did not interpret their own UDO correctly. And so as we go through each one of those, the law is pretty clear that you have to apply the rules of statutory construction, which apply to ordinances, when you decide, who to believe or which side to pick. And I want to go through those pretty quickly. Now, if an appellant challenges the approval of a ministerial subdivision and it meets the UDO standards, it's not like a special use permit or a variance where you've got some discretion. Is it reasonable or is it in harmony? If those objective standards are met, the board doesn't have any discretion. It must affirm the decision if the standards are met. Now, when you're making that decision, you've got to construe the UDO to ascertain and effectuate the intent of the city council. What did the city council intend? What did they mean? And if it's 100% clear, then that's the plain meaning rule, and you say, well, it's obvious what it means, and that's how you rule. However, the cases have a special rule if they're ambiguous. If there is a provision that's ambiguous, which means that it's subject to more than one interpretation, it was like you were saying, I don't know to believe this person or this person. If you have that situation in an ordinance interpretation, and both are reasonable, then you must always pick the interpretation that favors the use of the property. In other words, in this case, if that comes up because the developer is wanting to use the property, then that has to be resolved in their favor. I provided a memorandum of law with a detailed discussion of the cases. There's plenty of cases that go through it where it's like, this is reasonable, that's reasonable, but if there's a coin toss, then the developer wins. Now, again, I just want to address some of this real quick, the transitional protective yard, and that's why this is one of the many provisions that the appellants say that was misinterpreted. Now, what's on your screen there is Article 2.3, and if you look at 2.3.1, there is a Section C called Transitional Protective Yard. Now, what this is it's the requirements for compact development. And the question is that when is a transitional protective yard required, and if so, what standards apply? What it says is type B1 or B2 transitional protective yard or perimeter lots must meet the dimensional standards of Article 2.2. The way that this provision has been consistently interpreted by the City of Raleigh since the inception of the UDO in 2013 is to meet that standard, you get to pick out of 3, not 2. Your options are, you can do a B1, B2, or a perimeter lot. Those are the 3 things that can satisfy this provision. What the developer did here is choose the perimeter lot option. And that's what you see on the plan, is a perimeter lot, not a transitional protective yard. And the reason that you don't see it is because, it's not required and has never been required, and this provision has never been interpreted to require it. And at a very minimum, there is no way we think that you can read that to say 100% you cannot use that option, because it says or. So if you apply the rules of construction, therefore, it would be construed in a way to allow the perimeter lot to meet the transitional protective yard standard. Otherwise, the words would not be in there. Now, I won't go through all the rest, but I do think as we go through each of these that I believe that when the staff tells you how that they have consistently applied each one of those, they're doing it consistent case to case, and that they are reasonable, and that we think they're clear, but even if they're not, and Mr. Justice and his expert have come up with some different way to read it, we still think that we should prevail. Now, in closing, I do want to just say that regardless of whether you or the neighbors or anybody agrees with council's policies under Missing Middle 1.0. As I'm sure you know, there's been a lot of controversy. Some people like it, some people don't like it, and some thinks it's a good idea or a bad idea. But I do think one thing is clear, and that is the council's intent in passing that was to provide more housing options in R4 by allowing townhouses in by a compact development option. It comes up again and again in every staff report, every set of minutes. We want to give these townhouse options, and that's basically what was done. And if that's not a good idea, I think changing the rules is probably the more logical approach, and that to try to challenge something that follows well-established UDO rules, that the appeal should be rejected.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Again, thank you, Mr. Sweeney, members of the board. Michael Birch, Longleaf Law Partners, here on behalf of 908 Williamson LLC and the others associated with that townhome subdivision plan. As Robin mentioned, the appeal before this board is very narrow and discreet. It's not about the broader policy of Missing Middle. It's not about whether the adoption or the council's decision to adopt the Missing Middle text changes was good or bad, appropriate, inappropriate. It is really only whether the townhome subdivision complies with the Raleigh UDO. Yep. The Raleigh UDO. Said another way, whether staff correctly applied the UDO in this case. The appeal by the neighbors would have you believe that the city made at least 8 mistakes in applying the UDO as enumerated in their appeal. But as you'll hear, the evidence and testimony will not support this. As part of the city's case, you'll hear from Justin Remetta, the zoning administrator, the person charged with interpreting the ordinance, applying the ordinance. And in fact, in this case, the one who drafted largely Missing Middle 1.0. And he will testify that the city correctly approved the townhome subdivision plan. As a part of our case, you will also hear from Jason Meadows, civil engineer who prepared the townhome subdivision plan, who has prepared a number of subdivision plans in the city of Raleigh, a number of Missing Middle allowed subdivision plans, and you will hear from him that that subdivision plan complies with the code. I want to reiterate something that Ms. Tatum said at the beginning of her opening statement, and that is the compact subdivision and the compact subdivision regulations have been around since 2013. And so the issue of whether you're providing a B1 or a B2 landscape yard or a perimeter lot has been interpreted and applied by the city since 2013. And you'll hear that they applied it in the same way to this townhome subdivision. And it is our position that we provided a perimeter lot that meets the dimensional standards as required by the code. So again, we think all the evidence that you will hear will show that the city correctly applied the regulations, and we would ask you to deny the appeal. Thanks.
All right, okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any rebuttal on these opening statements? Thank you. Good. Okay, well, thank you for getting us started on the merits of the case. Let's talk about starting time for tomorrow. Let me begin by asking here at the table, any conflicts? My view is the earlier we get going, the more likely we can finish, but let's be respectful. Anyone want to suggest a time? Is 8 o'clock too early for everybody? Mr. Justice?
Building doesn't open till 8:15.
Okay,
They don't lock
there you go. That's important. Then 8:30. Justice, is that okay with you and your?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
And we got thumbs up from, okay, good. 8:30 here at the table. Let us then be here, ready to go at 8:30 in the morning. Building opens at 8:15, so allow we'll assemble as quickly as we can once we get into the building, and we'll go from there. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, just for the formality part of it, if you could say that we're going to recess until 8:15, this hearing until 8:15 tomorrow.
Thank you. Let us officially recess at this time until 8:30 tomorrow morning, and we'll reconvene at that time. Thank you all for your patience today as we've heard a lot of information. Thank you all for your presentations. Yes, sir?
Mr. Chairman.
These notebooks here.
Yes, leave your notebooks. And
I would just make one request respectfully of the city. I would, and I don't mind paying for the copy, but if they could print off UDO Supplement 19, so they see themselves, they're printing it off, and I'll pay for the copy, so I can have that as an official copy for the record, that would be much appreciated, unless you want to go through my copy tonight.
Well, I didn't hear what you said.
Just if you would print off a copy of UDO's Supplement 19, I'll pay you for it, and so we